All right, we're going to get started with some pre-meeting proclamations. First up, we have Mr. Franklin. Can you come on down to the table, Mr. Franklin? Oh. Yep, that table right there.
Right here.
Right there. Pick whatever seat you want. Every seat's the hot seat.
This is great. I have my eye on this.
There you go.
All right.
Situated. All right. This proclamation is to recognize our son, our brother and son of the city, Currency, who is also known as the Hot Spitter, Spitter Andretti, and a few other nicknames. We're seeking this due to his contributions to the culture of hip hop and to the city of New Orleans. Plenty of imprints, multiple contracts outside of music. Currency is far more than a staple. I would say he's a root. Starting Jet Life Athletics in 2015 in support of AAU basketball programs for kids in the city of New Orleans. In 2019, Spitter was celebrated becoming one of the kings of the Crescent City, which those in the city value dearly. In 2021, he also linked a collaboration with NBA's New Orleans Pelicans in his Jet Life apparel. Among other entities created by Jet Life Corporation, it is a long list. For many years, he has dedicated efforts to the point of giving back to the people. It's time to really celebrate our brother. No need to wait for an unfortunate situation to show your support and love for the man, the king, our leaders to the culture, our brother Currency, the Hot Spitter. I want to begin by thanking you for your patience. We kind of had some snafus between my staff and scheduling. I know this is our second time doing this up.
Yeah.
But you got anything you want to share with us?
Nah, man, I'm not gonna stop. There will be a longer list. I have a good time here. I love the city, and I love the fact that I'm being acknowledged for stuff that I'm not doing for acknowledgement. Like it's just coming from here. It's just tight that people pay attention to it. That's all I got.
No, I wouldn't be remiss if I didn't mention that Crystal Hendon, my staff, and James Baker, dear friends and fans of you, as well as many other people throughout the city of New Orleans. My mother always told me, you give people their flowers when they're born, and you're doing the work. And it's just so impressive to me how many people we have on the quiet doing what needs to be done. Not doing, like you said, you're not doing it for recognition, you're doing it because it's necessary.
Just because I was here and I know what was missing, I know what I wish was happening while I was growing up. So just put it in place. That's our whole job. If we here, you know what I'm saying, just make it better than it was. You don't have to do it for people to pay attention or to be celebrated. If it gets so big that people can't avoid it, then you end up sitting here and people telling you how awesome you are. It's a little tough, for me to do it. It's cool though. Thank you.
Mr. Green, you have any comments?
Yes, good morning. The good thing about these proclamation presentations or these orders of business is that I get a chance to learn what I didn't learn before. And I'm glad I had a chance to read up on your accomplishments and your contributions to our city, to our youth, working in the areas that you work in. So I just want to say thank you very much for the work that you do, and honored to be here today while you're being recognized, and keep up the great work.
Yeah,
and the career that you chose.
It won't stop. We're going right back to it when I walk out.
Okay, thank you. All right, Currency. All right.
Thank you. I'd also like to note he's in all these tremendous things, and he is not a graduate of St. Aug. Just want to put that out there. That people,
City,
in the city.
Everywhere.
Where you
I went to back.
At St. Aug, we call the McManiacs. Yeah.
We got names for St. Aug people too.
Wait.
While I'm here.
Power, right? We're gonna come down there, Currency, and we're gonna put you in the spot and take some pictures. But thank you for being here today.
All right, absolutely.
There's inevitably a St. Aug person in the house. I know there's St. Aug people here. Come on, Currency. All right. Crystal, James, get in the picture. Crystal, James, get in the picture.
Sure. Can't wait, man.
Y'all ready?
Can't wait, man.
All right. That was only pre-meeting, right? Eugene, yours is during regular order, right? Special orders?
With the family. We'll do it.
Well, if it's not.
Is there anyone from St. Augustine High School in the house right now? And he brings his beautiful family with him. No, I'm just joking. Come on up. Come on up. It's gonna be a little bit earlier. Pierce. Find that for me. Yes. Because the other meeting isn't ready on time, so. Great to see the Villavaso family here this morning. And not to put you under any pressure, Bailey, even though you don't see a lot of people out there, thousands of people are watching right now at their homes online. Congratulations. And Brandon Villavaso, why don't you introduce to us who's at the table? And you can feel free to mention any high school affiliation, so Mr. Morrell, take that in. Listen now. You see the sweater, okay. All right.
From a proud purple knight. This is my lovely wife, Chloe Villavaso.
Hello, Chloe Villavaso.
Brandon Villavaso, and my daughter, who doesn't even know why we're here yet. Bailey Villavaso. Another young purple knight freshman at St. Aug, Jude Villavaso, and my lovely mother-in-law, Anicia Sherry.
Yes, the world is so small.
Yeah.
Good to see you. I don't think that I knew, to tell you the truth. I'm great to see you. And Chloe, my Mrs. Villavaso, but my granddaughter is Chloe. So it's a great name, great name. But I'm pleased, and Brandon, thank you for introducing them to us. And right now we have a special honor to present a proclamation to you a little bit earlier than was scheduled, but I just want to make sure that we presented it to you today. We have a little meeting later on. So at the end of the day, I just want to recognize Bailey Villavaso and congratulate. Oh, you really didn't know why you were here. Huh? Oh, wait.
Nice today.
We wanted to talk to you about some of your grades. What's going on? I know that they're all excellent. I know they're all excellent. Bailey, congratulations. We have a proclamation for you today, but I'm going to ask your father and mother to introduce you to the public that's watching right now.
Go ahead. You can start.
Hi, I'm Chloe Villavaso, proud graduate of Xavier Prep. But this is my daughter, Bailey Villavaso. She's 17 years old and a senior at Cabrini High School. Bailey is a very hardworking young lady. She's on the principal's honor roll at Cabrini. And she, in addition to being a scholar, is a very good athlete. She works very hard, as I mentioned. Bailey was a competitive gymnast for many years. She placed, she got silver. That was her highest medal that she received in acrobatic gymnastics on a national level. And she recently received the gold medal at the AAU track and field event for women's 17-18 age group for pole vault. So we would like to celebrate Bailey and just let her know that we're very proud of her and all of her accomplishments, her hard work and dedication to her school, her family, and her athletics.
And I'd just like to add, hard work does pay off.
Absolutely,
And
absolutely.
she definitely has put in the work.
Great. Thank you very much, Brandon and Chloe Villavaso. Bailey, you're back from Des Moines, Iowa, having competed in the 2023 AAU Junior Olympics, and of the 30 competitors in the 17 to 18-year-old women's pole vault event. Think about pole vaulting. Bailey placed first with a jump of 11 feet 9 inches, 0.75 inches. Congratulations on that. She was awarded the gold medal and designation of All-American. So we are in the presence of an All-American. Bailey is a senior at Cabrini High School, and has competed in pole vaulting for 1 year. 1 year took you to a gold medal. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you represent New Orleans in the Olympics at some time or the other. But we are so glad that you are with us today. And we do have a proclamation that I'd like to present to you. And it just reads, whereas the city of New Orleans is renowned for its food festivals, famous citizens and foreign visitors, and whereas the city council takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities and people such as yourself. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that the New Orleans City Council today recognizes Bailey Villavaso. Congratulations on your successful first place and gold medal finish in the pole vault event at the 2023 AAU Junior Olympics in Des Moines, Iowa. You are truly an All-American, and it's signed by the 7 members of New Orleans City Council. Councilmember, and then we'll have Bailey to close us out.
Well, first off, I'm a little biased. These are my neighbors. And I don't want to speak for them, but they would also like Burbank Street fixed. Yeah, Burbank Street looks like they were. I just wanted to bring it up again, right? Bailey, we are so proud of you. It made me think of when I listened to the story of Misty Copeland, who was the first African-American prima ballerina in the United States. She picked up being a ballerina 6 years before she became the prima ballerina in the entire United States. I say that because in 1 year, talent and natural athleticism dominates everything. And for you to have that much raw talent to be competing against people who've been pole vaulting for years, that is truly phenomenal. And you should really be proud of it. I'm sure your parents, your family are all proud of it. And I'm just so pleased to be part of this proclamation brought by Mr. Green.
Thank you, Council Member and President JP Morrell. Bailey, close us out with some remarks. Put you on the spot. You don't even know why you were here. You can even just say thank you, because I understand. Right, but they're all watching. They're all watching.
This is the second interview that I have not been ready for, but it's okay. So I worked really hard and I put my best foot forward. I mean, I know I hadn't pole vaulted for as long as some of the other girls, but I didn't let that stop me. And it was all mind over matter. And I just put my mind to it and I did.
Congratulations. We're so proud of you. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to come in the front for a photo in the front. Thank you, Villavaso family, for joining us today.
Thank you.
All I really retained from it was 12-1 was good.
Good on her.
So yeah, just
Good on her.
oh, this is
It's all her.
But Tom ain't gonna be able to take all that heat and pull down. Ready? Testing, testing. Testing, testing. I'm trying to see if I'm replacing this one they gave me. If they Russ gave it, it's that's the amendment. It's still not working? Roll call. Councilmember Moreno. Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Harris.
I want to send it out. I want to send out the post.
We need one more. We need 4. Okay. We have 4 members. We have a quorum. Today, we're doing the Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District. Agenda. Number 1, the Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District, Resolution R 2023-1 by Councilmember King. And this resolution is to approve bylaws for the Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District. Number 2, the Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District to give notice of the Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District's intent to levy a separate sales tax, not to exceed 2% solely within the boundaries of the Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District. 2, to approve the publication of the Riverwalk Spanish Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District public notice relative to the order of business item A, here and above, in accordance with the Louisiana Revised Statute 33-903839. Number 3, the Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District Resolution 2023-2 to give preliminary approval to the issuance of not to exceed $25 million of revenue bonds of the Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District and providing for all other matters in connection therein. Those are the items that will be discussed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to be handling this, so I think I need to add my name to each one.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. We are here today to talk about the shared vision of progressive and sustainable economic growth for the Riverwalk Spanish Plaza area. Today's agenda emphasizes our commitment to the transparent development of this beautiful district. We are guided by the pillars of governance, transparency, and accountability, and we will address several critical matters that would shape the future of the Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District. That's a mouthful. Can you introduce yourselves?
Sure. Thank you. Jason Akers with Foley & Newdell.
And Maria Ozen and Associates.
Great. Do you have a presentation for us?
No presentation. We can give you a brief background and then we're happy to address each item on the agenda as it comes up.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Riverwalk Spanish Plaza Economic Development District was created by this council by ordinance. It is specifically covering only the Riverwalk shopping mall and the Spanish Plaza area right next to it. So any discussion of any item today is only within those confined boundaries. This doesn't transcend, this doesn't expand beyond those defined boundaries. The actions that are on the agenda related to the creation of bylaws or adoption of bylaws, the levy of a tax, and then the issuance of bonds are designed to benefit and, as you said, council member, expand the economic opportunities available within that area along the riverfront.
Great, thank you. You have a question? No, go ahead. Okay.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
So quick question, obviously, you're talking about economic development opportunities. Are we talking about, just what is currently there, or are there new projects in the horizon? And if there are new projects that this 2% will go and help pay for, what are those particular projects?
It's a very good question, and I'm actually going to defer that answer, council member, to Richard Cortezes, who is representing
Hey,
the
Richard.
developer. If
Good morning.
If I may.
Come on up, Mr. Cortezes.
Hey, council member and council persons, Richard Cortezes. I represent the developer Rockstep. They're the ones that own the Riverwalk Mall and are pushing this project forward. The project specifically, what's going to entail is a two-story restaurant with a bar and 2 outdoor verandas. It's going to also call for the building of a new cafe. We're going to build out the downriver side with a first-class restaurant as well. We're going to improve the mechanical and fountain system at the plaza. And lastly, really upgrading the soundstage there to bring in some national and international entertainment, really reinvigorating that area, revitalizing that area. Right now, as you all know, that's been an underutilized asset of the city. And the purpose here is that literally is to drive folks down there for outdoor entertainment, restaurant, first-class restaurants. And right now, look, frankly, as you all know, maybe I may be the one that's kind of sheltered here, but you only go down there for Mardi Gras or major national events like Super Bowl or the New Orleans Bowl, but otherwise it's kind of underutilized. And the purpose here is really to drive more folks to the riverfront. Additionally, this is not a new tax. Well, it is a new tax, but it's not taking from the existing sales tax of the city. This is a tax that the owners of the Riverwalk are imposing on themselves. So it's not a sales tax sharing or existing sales tax, and I'll let Jason and Maria talk more about that. But this is an additional 2 cents above the existing sales tax that the owners are willing to impose on themselves.
And then as you work to, obviously enhance this whole section of the Riverwalk, can this 2% also be utilized toward public safety enhancements as well?
I'm glad you said that, and I actually missed that in my bullet points I was posting out. So yeah, a significant portion of the money is going to go for culture bearers and security, additional security. So by increasing the tax base, by having additional customers there, it's going to provide more money for security and culture bearers. But the additional money that's going to be bonded out, a portion of that is going to be used for security, public safety, and public improvements. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah.
Cortez.
Absolutely.
Any other questions from the dais? Councilmember Green.
Mr. Cortez, just for the sake of the public, could you explain how culture bearers can take advantage of the opportunities that will be presented?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I'll just tell you, and I'll give you specific numbers. So new jobs, right? So we're looking at an additional security jobs. They're going to be created there because of the additional entertainment. We're looking at approximately 160 new annual events that will take place there. So they will be supporting staff, event planners, which will create full-time jobs and part-time jobs. We're looking at plaza maintenance, which is an additional 2 full-time jobs and 12 part-time jobs. In total, we believe it's going to be about 11.6 million in additional income revenue for workers at Spanish Plaza and new workers at Spanish Plaza.
Right. The biggest advantage for the cultural bearers is that you're going to have all of these new activities.
New activities, local activities, local artists. That's what's going to be showcased there. Absolutely.
Good.
Councilmember Thomas.
Good morning. First of all, thank you, Mr. Cortez.
Absolutely.
Just for the public, it's another example of using incentives and programming and public funds to create opportunity. Not only to create opportunity, but to help subsidize so that investors and developers won't necessarily have to come up with their money, but that we can use public-private partnerships to create opportunity in communities that are not only disparaged, but that in many cases have been neglected, but that lend itself to economic growth. So while we take pride in this opportunity, many of the incentive programs are downtown and in certain areas to support certain communities. And I would hope that as we begin to take a look at this footprint of this entire city, that we look at those other communities that have been historically disparaged to do the same thing, especially in historic African-American communities. Because if it's public funds, then it's public funds. It didn't say what part of the public. It just says public. So I would hope that we would have the support of you and your team and the other titans in business and industry, so that when we take a look at communities that are outliers or that have been left out, that we very readily and easily support those communities to expand opportunity beyond just this region. We keep talking about diversifying our economy. Well, let's diversify our money. Let's diversify where we spend it. Let's diversify where we invest it. And if you do that, I guarantee that's an effort to diversify the economy. So thank you.
Absolutely. And Councilman, if I may, I'll just, because I missed this as well, as part of our commitment and the owner's commitment to the project, we have agreed and are committed to the city's DB policy and the local hiring, city's local hiring policy. So those are in the agreement, which I'm happy to share with all of you all.
Great. Any more questions from the dais? All right, we're going to vote on each item one by one, but I know Mr. Burnside would like to comment. Mr. Burnside, there are 3 items. I would ask that you maybe limit your comments, but
always happy to limit my comments.
thank you.
$25 million in municipal bonds are going to go to build a cafe, 2 restaurants, a fountain system, and an upgraded soundstage. Nothing was listed there about housing. And Councilperson Thomas is obviously subtle in his plug for his northern east constituents, but there are other historically African American communities in the city, including Central City where I live. So other places also don't get much in the way of being able to tax themselves 2% more money on themselves to enhance their world. We have 2 cents enhancement for the whole Orleans parish for the Superdome, and we have 2 cents enhancement sales tax on the whole Orleans parish for the convention center. And neither of those 2 have impacted my community to the degree one might hope. So it would be nice if housing was included in this $25 million bond, even if it was a small amount of housing on top of a cafe or a small amount of housing on top of a restaurant, because it would show a dedication to public investment in housing, which could be a goal for all public investment. Housing being one of those things that will come up with the Superdome Super Bowl when we run all the homeless out of town because we don't have housing for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. All right, Madam Clerk. Oh, ready? Okay, all right. All right, so let's motion to I'll move to approve the first one, R 2023-1, seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Five yeas. 6 yeas. All right, resolution number R 2023-2, I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Six yeas. The next one is resolution number R 2023. We only had 2? Okay, perfect. Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. There are 3 resolutions.
There should be
There's a
3.
third.
Do you have 3?
The item 3 on the agenda is to give their preliminary approval to the issuance not to exceed $25 million of revenue bonds.
And that doesn't go with R 2023-2.
2023-2 is the intent to levy the tax. And then the revenue bond issuance is a separate resolution. Yeah.
I'll be here until lunch.
This is notice of intent. This is the bylaws. This is 2023-3 that was provided. It's this item. This is, well, this is not the official agenda. This is
We only got the two items. That's all I got from the email that was sent to us. It was just 1 and 2.
which item?
So one approves the bylaws, 2 is the notice of intent to levy taxes. 3 is the preliminary approval for the bond.
Preliminary approval for the bonds, yes. There were a lot of emails going around. We
So
sent up
we need to make a copy of this. That's on there. That's on there. But we don't.
Wait 1 second, we still have to levy the tax. Sorry.
It's just, but it's numbered. What I understand would be 2, so this is actually 2.
So that was 4.
One is the bylaws.
Let's just take it out of the October meeting when we do the levy of the tax. Is that okay? Yeah, let's do that. I know we're. So
Everything, just
the third one, the one that is for the.
All right, all confusion has been cleared and I'm gonna go ahead and move to adjourn this. Yes,
Want to be clear.
Just want to clarify for the record what we voted on, just so it's clear. We voted on resolution R 2023-1. That's the approval of the bylaws. We voted on R 2023-2. That is the notice of intent to levy. Agenda item 3 is the preliminary bond issuance approval. We're going to take that up in October.
okay, perfect, Adam. Thank you for clarifying. So I'm going to go ahead and move to adjourn. Seconded by Councilmember Russo, all in favor? All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, before we get started on our meeting, I wanted to do a quick proclamation for someone who we've all known as part of our local media for many, many years, and that person is Natasha Robin. Natasha, why don't you come on in to the table? I know you've been in the round many times, but I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to sit before us. So come on up, bring whoever you'd like. So last week, I think many of us were saddened to see an announcement on social media and then, of course, on Fox 8 that Natasha Robin was leaving after 30 years of being part of Fox 8. And you're probably looking at Natasha going, wait a second, how could she have been there 30 years? Because obviously you look so young. But you started there as an intern, which is so amazing that it's like you started there as an intern and really learned from the different reporters, producers, photographers, directors, all who were all there. And then you moved your way up to be a reporter. And, you know, back when I was in the media, I knew you back then, and then I've known you on the other side now, you know, being in public service and you being the interviewer and doing stories. And I've always found you to be just someone with the utmost integrity and someone who is incredibly fair, and also someone who is really a great writer, because you are able to take very complex issues and in a 2-minute story, have it be fair and balanced and easy for the viewer to understand. And that takes really a lot of talent and skill. And so I commend you for your work and for bringing stories to light that are important in our community. And I just wanted to tell you, congratulations on a 30-year career. I hope that you're able to come back even on a part-time basis so that we can still see you on air. And I hope that you're not a stranger to City Hall. If you want to introduce the people who are with you, we'd love to hear from you all if you'd like, and also from you, Natasha.
This honor, I really appreciate it. I have with me here today my husband, Kevin, and my son, Nicholas.
Hey, Nicholas. Hey, Kevin.
He's sophomore at Holy Cross, and he'll be checking in after.
He's running a little late.
He's trying to get the day off, but he's going to go back to school. So, you know, I just want to say thank you so much for this honor. And, you know, I walked into Fox 8 at 18 years old.
Wow.
As an intern in sports of all things. And it was, you know, at the time I was on break from the University of Southern Mississippi. I was a freshman, and I was home for the break, and my grandfather knew someone who knew Jim Gallagher and got me an internship at Fox 8. So I walked in the door there. I wanted to be in the business so bad, and it was just such a great opportunity. By the end of the break, I was offered a job as a production assistant in the newsroom, and I jumped at it. I gave up a scholarship at USM.
Wow.
And I transferred to UNO, where I was a full-time student and also worked full-time at Fox 8.
Wow.
They gave me amazing opportunities. I was a production assistant. I went from that to assignment desk to producer, and then eventually reporter. And that's where I wanted to be. And I stood there for the rest of my time there at Fox 8 and never had a thought of leaving. I absolutely love Fox 8 and the Fox 8 family. But more importantly, the community. I love New Orleans, and the fact that I got to stay here in my hometown, it was just amazing. And I just really thank you and thank the community for opening up on even their darkest days and telling me their stories and allowing me to tell their story. It was just amazing. And it was an amazing ride. And I don't know what the future holds. I am leaving. My mother is ill. I'm going to take care of my mother and also our family business. We've been in business for 50 years in St. Bernard Parish. And so I'm going to help out with the family business. But, you know, I don't know what the future holds. And I hope, you know, maybe one day I'll end up back in news, and because my heart, you know, is not really done with news or the news business in New Orleans. So thank you all so much. And thank you to the community, and thank Fox 8 for making my dreams come true for so long.
Awesome. Well, we wish you the best. Would either one of you want to say anything?
I'll just say that, you know, I'm very proud of Natasha. You know, she puts her heart into it.
Mhm.
And I'm super proud of.
Thank you.
Yeah, she's a great mother. She works every day and still manages to take care of me and all that. So does her best.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, I know that council members want to make some comments as well. Councilmember Thomas?
First of all, you can't replace people like your mom. You know, she's not only been around a while, she knows the stories that lead to the stories. And it's always very easy for me when you see reporters who only swim on the surface, or somebody had to shape a story or tell them what was going on. But your mom has institutional knowledge. She took time to get to know people in the community. Reporters today would take 15 minutes or 15 seconds to get to know you. So it's very rare that their humanity shows through or lends itself to the community. And I don't know, I would hope that maybe you could have another life in training reporters on maybe how to get to know people in the city, in a neighborhood, not only in how to get to know them, but how to make their stories, whether they're good or bad. Not just be real about them, but be real to the community it affects. And so I would hope that as you find your way back to creating stories that lead to stories that lead to helping our humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Natasha Robbins, professional and fair. Everyone who knows you will appreciate the fact that you are. And I will appreciate the fact that today, with this special proclamation, we get to know a little bit more about you. That was a very heartwarming story, and I certainly wish your mother the best in terms of health. But thank you for giving so much to our New Orleans community and your family. St. Bernard Parish, 50 years in business. I didn't even know about that fact. So this is a great morning to find out a lot more about you and your family and to meet family members. And I wish you the best as you move forward in your career. And I think that we'll probably see you again. We look forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Council President.
Thank you. I know we haven't worked together long. I really wish you would have led with our first interview with being I'm from the parish. I think there's so many missed opportunities. Had you told me I want to do an interview at Rocky and Carlos, I would have dropped what I was doing and immediately made myself available. So I had the opportunity in the legislature of St. Bernard for 10 years. It is a fantastic area, and family always comes first. And it really says something about someone that you stop everything you're doing to take care of your family. And I really hope things work out with your mom. I really hope things work out with the business. I do not think that news is done with you. I would also mention that, you know, there's other opportunities on the other side of the camera, maybe in government, because there are, well, I wasn't pitching for the other side, I was pitching for our side, but I know that there are a lot of opportunities as public information officers and producers, and we could really use people who have a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge, because on our side in government, you've seen the production value of some of the stuff we do. It isn't great. And it's typically because we don't have people with your depth of knowledge who have the opportunity to educate people. So like Councilman Green said, I think it's a tremendous opportunity to train our next generation of reporters. I hate saying that because it makes us both seem old, but that's kind of where things are at right now. And I really believe that, like I said, I don't think you're done with this business in whatever role you choose to play. So thank you so much for the work you've done over the years.
Councilmember Harris.
I have to echo all of my colleagues. I love that we're planning your next steps for you. But I would make a pitch for Loyola that has a fantastic communications department and needs adjunct professors. So if you ever need a hookup there, let me know. I know the Mackle brothers attended Loyola. And I do think that there's room for strong women who can uplift other strong women. And that's what you've done with your stories. Like JP said, we haven't worked together much, but you know, when we have, I've always had positive experiences with you. So best of luck going forward. My wishes to your mom and to your business. But again, I think that there's a future for you training other women in the business to be very smart, careful reporters such as yourself. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Teresa.
Well, I think when you watch television, you kind of always wonder, what is somebody like off camera? And Natasha, you've just always been the consummate professional in terms of trying to get the story right, being fair. I know even when you've covered stories that have been hard, you've even expressed, man, this was a tough story to tell. And I don't think people understand that reporters go through that as well. And I think that says so much about your integrity. I also love like watching you on camera with your professional speaking voice, and then your St. Bernard well off camera that you can hear so clearly that they're your proud roots. So I think all of us, not just speaking as somebody who's sitting on the stage, but as a public, are going to miss the storytelling that you bring that are so incredibly important. And I think all of us understand the importance of putting your family first. So thank you for all of your hard work over the years.
Thank you guys so much.
So we have a proclamation for you and it's lengthy, so I'll read the proclamation piece. It says, be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that the council celebrates Natasha Robin on a tremendous career at Fox 8 New Orleans and wishes her the very best of luck in the next chapter. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
I'll go down and take a picture.
Before we get started, I want to make two quick announcements. The first is there was some, I would say, overzealous reporting today on regarding what's on the agenda. And I want to be very clear, the short-term rental legislation that we have is on first read. It's not actually on the agenda for debate or consideration. For those of you who have been following that litigation, a TRO was issued by the federal court regarding short-term rental enforcement. That TRO is going forward to a permanent injunction hearing next week. The ordinances that are being filed are placeholders to see what is the outcome of that hearing. So in an abundance of caution, and because those matters were not filed timely, they are not up for debate today. So if you're here to speak on short-term rentals, it's not on the agenda in a position to speak on it. If you'd like to present online comments for next meeting when it potentially could come up, feel free to do so. But I don't want people who are misled by the media thinking that that was on the agenda for discussion or for a vote to wait on the meeting to think that that's going to come up for discussion when it's not. The other issue is I've received some comments that individuals thought that anything regarding the council and Gregory Joseph would be on the agenda today. That is also not on the agenda. There's a special meeting scheduled for Tuesday of next week. If you're here on that matter, I would encourage you to come next Tuesday to that meeting. So just, I want to make sure people are sitting in the audience to speak on items. You can only speak on items that are on the agenda, and those items are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Roll call. Councilmember Thomas.
Present.
Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Morrell. Councilmember Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember King. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Jeruso. We have 5 members. We have a quorum.
All right.
May we all stand
for the invocation?
May we all stand for a moment of prayer, please? Gracious God, our Father, how we honor you, how we adore you, how we thank you for another day, for another opportunity, for another moment to come together, to reason, to come together and work on behalf of this city. God, we ask now that in this meeting, your presence would be here, your peace would be here, Father, your wisdom would be in this place. Touch our council, God, as they continue to work on behalf of your people. We pray for the residents of this city, dear God, that you continue to uphold, uplift, and strengthen them, God. And we just thank you for this opportunity, for this moment to make a better New Orleans. So we thank you for all that you do and all that will happen on today. Be in our midst. We ask this in your name, we pray. Amen. Amen.
Pledge of allegiance will be led by Councilmember Eugene Green.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, first item, Madam Clerk, Shawty.
We have approval of the minutes, August 10th, 2023 and August 24th, 2023.
I second it. Five yeas, no nays. Minutes are adopted.
This first one is not here, so I'm ready. Councilmember Moreno and I are ready.
Okay.
The first order of business.
It's gonna be deferred because Councilmember King is not here, right?
Okay.
Yes? So we're going to the second order of business.
Okay.
Councilmember Moreno, I'm gonna give a quick introduction. I'm pleased to join Councilmember Moreno and our fellow council members today in recognizing a legend in our city of New Orleans, Coach William Montgomery. Coach Montgomery, who I'm going to ask to come forward to the table. I should do that first. Come on to the table with your family. Yeah. Now, Coach, I have some written remarks that I'd like to present, and then we'll ask Councilmember Moreno to speak, and then Mr. Barabino, tell us about your experience. Coach William Montgomery has served as the head boxing coach of the New Orleans Recreation Department for 25 great years. He's coached and mentored and rescued generations of young athletes. Coach Montgomery, who recently turned 76, is retiring after working with countless boxers who've made their way through the amateur ranks, qualified for the Olympics, and are also a handful have gone professional. Coach Montgomery, along with boxing coach Isaac Napper, worked to convince Nord to add a boxing ring to the Milne Recreation Center. And I'm so pleased when I have a chance to go by and see the young participants in the boxing program, and also to go for the tournaments where there are such large turnouts and such family support. Coach Montgomery has a true redemptive story. He met Coach Napper when they were both serving life sentences in Angola. Coach in the Angola State Penitentiary. Coach Napper was wrongfully convicted at age 16 and tried as an adult. Coach Montgomery trained him, and he went on to be undefeated at Angola, winning about 60 boxing matches, and they have been close friends forever. Coach Montgomery, Coach William Montgomery, has saved generations of youth by teaching them discipline and hard work through boxing skills. And on this day, I'm so honored to join with my fellow Councilmember Moreno, and our fellow council members in general during this second order of business where we recognize you, Coach William Montgomery.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Well, good morning to all of you. It's great to see you. Coach Montgomery, the other day when I was at the gym and learned about us, recognizing you, I thought back to the first time that I met you. And I met you a few years ago when I met young Sydney, a young female boxer. I think at the time, she was only like 11 or 12 at the time. And and remember, it's like you couldn't even find her an opponent because she was so good. You had trained her to be so good. And I remember I walked into the gym and as a council member, and I was looking for Sydney, and I was looking for her mom and some other folks who'd asked me to come by. And you said, you come here. And I was like, oh, that's the man in charge, right? That's Coach. Okay. So I'm like, okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I came up and immediately right then, Coach Montgomery started to teach me about the gym, about the Milne gym, about the Spartans, and about what the kids who you coached meant to you. And then we talked about Sydney, and then you wrapped her hands. And then ever since then, I've been a tremendous fan, supporter, whatever you want to call me, of making sure that we enhance boxing for youth in the city of New Orleans. And Coach Montgomery always said, that this needed to be in more locations throughout the city than just the Milne. Okay. And I'm so proud to have worked with Larry Barabino to find a path so that there is expansion beyond just the Milne. Milne will always be, the place for the Spartans, right? But what about other parts of the city? And what about other facilities? And what about, even facilities for young girls who want to get into boxing? And not necessarily because they want to get in the ring, but because of the fitness that goes around with the boxing as well, and the discipline that comes with the boxing. And so that's when Mr. Barabino started working with capital projects in my office and said, there's this spot on the Greenway that is currently a sign shop that's pretty blighted, but it's in a great location. And there are some dollars that could be utilized to renovate this entire facility and work with the Spartans to create a new boxing gym. And we're going to do a groundbreaking for that. I think groundbreaking's coming up this October. Soon. Yes. So so much of this is because of you, Coach Montgomery, for you constantly being there for NORD, the boxing program for the kids in the city. I've seen the difference that you make. I've seen, young Sydney refer to you as like a second dad. That's how much you mean to the youth who you coach. And that's the type of person who you are to them. So congratulations on your amazing career that you have had. I think now, Mr. Barabino, I'm supposed to toss it over to you. Is that right? Councilmember Green? Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I tell you, I met Coach Montgomery in 2018 when I first took over the helm of NOLA Commission. And similar to you, I walked in the gym and Coach dominates the space. He dominates the room, right? But of course, with saying that, one thing that I love about him is his drive, his commitment, and his passion. And he wears a title that there are three people that I think, in my opinion, are three of the most important men and young ladies' lives, especially those that are in those low-income communities. One is dad, the other one is grandpa, Pawpaw, mine called me Poppy, that is grandfather, and the third one is coach, right? And often enough, unfortunately enough, the first two are not there, but coach is there. And that title of coach goes so far with our kids we serve, even those that are grown adults today. It's an honor to be called coach. And so he has earned that title throughout not just this city, not just this state, but around this country. When you talk about boxing, you talk about New Orleans, You hear them talk about Coach Montgomery. He have touched countless kids, just the kids that I've seen him work with through NOLA, you know, and I want to thank Councilman Moreno, and I want to actually just make sure that I acknowledge and make sure the council members are aware of your contributions when it comes to your Cox and Harris funds. You know, Councilmember Moreno gave us funding, and we put predominant majority of that money into boxing. When Coach needs to travel, kids need to travel. A lot of those kids can't afford it. Coach called me. He said, we need transportation. We need something for our kids. I make sure that we're able to assist any way possible. And thank you for providing that funding to the NOLA Foundation that helps us do things like that. You know, but Coach, I want to say that Coach is retiring, and it's a hard pill to take. But again, in life, we're always taught to pass the torch. And he's passing the torch to two fine gentlemen that we still call Coach Knapp, Coach Rob. I've watched these guys work with our kids. I've watched Knapp since I first came on board, work with Coach Montgomery. And so we know that everything that was instilled in them from Coach Montgomery through Spartan Boxing will continue. Will continue to grow, especially with the support of NOLA Commission, with the support of our council members. You know, it has been an honor to work with Coach. Now, often enough, I've called Coach a bully, right? Because Coach comes to the office and he wants what he wants when he wants. But I understand, because I understand his drive, his mission, and what he's doing. It has truly been a pleasure to work with Coach at NOLA, with Spartan Boxing, with Spartan NOLA partnership. It has truly been a blessing. And on behalf of NOLA and those kids, I want to say thank you, Coach. Thank you for all that you have done, all that you do, and you will always be welcome in those rings at NOLA.
Larry, can you introduce who's at the table with you?
Yes, well, so I have, of course, we have Coach Montgomery, who's here, who we're honoring, Coach Knapp, Coach Rob, and his son, Wendell. Okay. So I'm just meeting his son, but definitely. So I'll now turn it over to
Coach Knapp. Just a quick remark.
Okay. First of all, I should have had a list. I want to thank my friend, my mentor, my coach, most importantly, my friend and family, Montgomery. You know, Montgomery, we've been together for a while now. It's been, wow, I want to say, what, about 35 years, something like that. Montgomery trained me when I was a kid. And, you know, I went on the whole Department of Correction title for many years under the leadership and coach of Montgomery. And so we're very familiar with one another. And I want to just give him the thanks that he deserved, because even though me and Coach Rob is starting to take over, we still gonna get our advice from Coach Montgomery whenever we need it. He always available for us, and I appreciate him so much. And second, I want to thank NOLA, because without NOLA, you know, and Larry Gambino, we don't know where we'll be. They've been supporting us ever since from the beginning. They've been our support. They've been helping us in every way we need. And I really appreciate them. Anytime we need them, we go to Larry and he's there for us. So I appreciate that. And I want to give him thanks. I want to thank you, Ms. Moreno, for coming to the gym the other day. I think we spoke briefly. And my friend right here, Eugene, I seen you, I want to say this right quick. I seen you cleaning up the streets on Diamond you had your garbage bag.
Tell them.
Yeah.
That's right. That's what I do on Saturdays. I go into our district and I help clean up.
You was cleaning up.
Thank you,
and I felt so bad that I didn't stop to help you. Because you know, I was on my way to a meeting and I was running late. And when I seen you, I wanted to stop and just say something to make you notice me, but you were sweating. Yeah, and you had that garbage bag and you was picking up all that trash, you know, and a week
Well, that's
later.
like- This is like a
you know,
commercial.
Yeah, a week later, I see your partner right there.
Yeah.
You got red, you know, Mr. Thomas, Oliver out there cleaning, doing the same thing. He under the bridge, cleaning up, you know. So I want to just say I appreciate stuff like that, and I appreciate what y'all doing for the communities, because y'all doing just as much as what we doing as coaches. And I'm gonna turn it over.
Coach Rob, thank you very much for those remarks, Coach Knapp.
Good morning, how you doing?
Good morning.
First, let me say,
Coach, pull it a little closer to you. Go ahead.
first, let me say, or give a thank you to my mentor, my second father and first father in combat sports, Mr. Montgomery. He doesn't know it, but he's had a tremendous effect on my life and my perspective when it comes to community and what it takes in order to clean up the streets, not just physically, but mentally for the youth, right? And I met him when I was fresh out of college, didn't have a clue on what I was gonna do. And then he pulled me in and we had some words, you know, he's a bully. Hey, you're gonna box. And it just kind of happened. And under his supervision, I've been able to not only overcome hurdles in my personal life, but watch other people overcome hurdles with his assistance. And I believe he's been a dire part and a pillar in this community. And I remember coming here a long time ago, and it's good to see you guys again, and requesting a chance for Spartans Boxing Club to grow with the promise that we'd show you a change in the community. And I do believe with Mr. Larry and Mr. Montgomery and Coach Napa that today we could stand and honestly say we have made a difference and we have reduced the crime rate tremendously by influence, not by force. So I want to thank him for being a part of that and being a part of my life and being a part of so many kids in the community's life. And you can't put a price on the kind of dedication and drive that Coach Montgomery has. And again, thank you all for allowing us to develop this program and not only touch, but really insert ourselves into these youth lives and home and problems and help them to solve them. So we appreciate you all for doing what you do and allowing us to do that. And again, I appreciate Mr. Montgomery.
Thank you, Coach Rob. Thank you, Coach. Let's hear from the son, and then we'll go right to the coach, and then we'll have a proclamation presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Council, I would like to give thanks and all to all of y'all just for honoring my father. Mr. Larry, Coach Napa, Coach Rob. It's a big thing when you entwine youth, especially in this city. And I watched them take care of their business. One day I had a lot on my head. You know, I need to talk to my father, you know, because it was a good period in my life where he was not there physically, right? And I walked in a gym, and I mean, it was 15 or more kids, Mr. Montgomery, and I watched him direct every last one of them. And it was just like, wow, okay, here it is, a grown man, learn about my situation. And I watched him direct like 15 kids and get their mind straight and on the narrow path, like, wow. You know, so I just want to give honor to all of y'all, whoever had anything to do with just giving respect to my pops. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you.
I give thanks and praises.
Thank you very much for your remarks. We appreciate that.
Yeah.
Coach, we're going to hear from you, and then we're going to start with Councilmember Giruso and work our way across. Coach, so glad to see you here today. I know you've been a little bit down in terms of under the weather in terms of health, but it's so great to have you come out, and it's a testament to your fortitude that you're here today. So thank you, Coach.
All right. How y'all doing this morning?
Fine, right?
First thing, all y'all know, I'm William Montgomery. In the past, it's hard. But the man up above told me to take care of children. So now, y'all don't know the motto of Spartan Boxing. The motto is gloves, not guns. And I had kids come to me with them little bags. And I ain't gonna tell y'all no lie, I searched their bag. And I ain't found guns, I ain't found dope, I spanked them on the hand, but I could see a good one from a bad one all the time, cause I was bad. I was in there with the worst, Angola. I was in there with them. And when I met Napa, I seen good in him. I took him under him. I said, I ain't gonna let you go until you get your mind right, cause you're gonna get out. This what happened. The man of a boy put him on the street before he put me on the street. But I feel like I did something to help. Eventually I got out. And had 1, 2. Exactly right now it's 3, I think it's 3 males. I worked on the NOLA as a boss. And I figured if I can work under 3 people and they don't find no wrong, I gotta be doing something right. I gotta be doing something right. But I look at one thing. I had a home for boxing already with Al Smith up here at the junkyard or whatever. He had a big building behind it. I said, I'm ordering him. I called him Mr. I said, Mr. Al, I need that building. He said, for what? I said, to make a boxing team and try to see some of these kids. He said, oh man, I don't know. But he came back less than a week and told me what you need. And I went in that building. Me, my son helped me put some concrete there. We got the building straightened up for people to come and see. When they start coming, it was like rain. It just flooding it out. So now things got bigger. I thank Mr. Al, which I really heard him because he didn't want to see me go. But I left and I ended up going to Joe Brown. I don't know if y'all ever been to Joe Brown, but right in the back of Joe Brown,
Absolutely.
It's got a long hallway.
Absolutely.
I made that out of the gym.
Absolutely. Then
It wasn't big enough for people to even get in there with that pack. But I had the bullies as well as the one that was good. And every time I found one with a bully, I went to his school and showed him that he wasn't no bully. He was somebody trying to get over in life. And out of my maternity, I had 2 kids. One went to penitentiary. And y'all know who the other one is. He got in trouble with the law by the lady that got killed. Her husband was a preacher. He tried to take the call from him. He got it. And to the day he got out of it. What they need to tell y'all this here. I helped him get out. And I told him, I said, boy, if you don't straighten up, they got a place for you. It was a one-on-one thing. I said, there's not too many. It's got either penitentiary or death. Now you make your choice, but I got out there and help the people. I beg people to give you another chance. That's your only chance. And just like with Mr. Larry. I go to Larry a lot. I call him Mr. I'm older than him. I'm 76 years old, but I call him Mr. and I put a hat on his head. Because when I was in penitentiary, I put a hat on an 18-year-old boy head. So I know the difference in respect. And that nobody can tell me when they come to that gym, if they don't come to that desk and speak to the elders, you don't go right back out there while you do. Have respect. They got so many grown people don't have respect for their own self. Don't have respect the children to be like that. That's the biggest part about it all. But all I want to say is I appreciate y'all for giving me this chance here for this thing. And I appreciate New Orleans for looking up to me. But I had to learn myself. I learned the hard way. I've been spanked on my hand. And things got better for me. I ain't doing good now, but hey, I do believe there's a God where whenever I leave here, I'm going where it's gonna be good at. I'm sure I'm going where it's gonna be good at.
Coach, we appreciate all that you've done throughout your life to help so many other people. And that's why we're here today to celebrate, not just that you're retiring and that we want to wish you the best, but all that you've done throughout your entire lifetime. So Councilman
Can I say
Jeruso.
one more thing,
Uh,
put some protection on these two guys,
Right.
cause I could go back for them. They ain't gonna lead y'all wrong. So if anybody come and say, nap them or ride, it ain't happen.
Coach Knapp and Coach Gerard, you all have some big shoes to fill. We'll be looking for some great things from Spartan Boxing Club. Thank you very much. Coach.
Coach, there you go. I'll take it.
Council member.
Coach, thank you so much for being here today. I think the greatest legacy any of us has is what we have for our family. That's first, but then maybe close second is what we do in service for others. And for 25 years, you showed up every single day and took care of kids. And I think we're real fond of saying our kids frequently, but you walked that walk for such a long period of time. And all I've heard up here today is how much love and respect everybody has for you because of all the hard work that you did for such a long time, teaching people a skill that is both real technique, real exertion, real resiliency, and you dedicated your life to that. And we really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Councilmember King.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Coach Montgomery and everyone at the desk, other coaches, Coach Larry. Coach Larry, you said something that the three most important figures in a lot of kids' lives are their father, their grandfather, and a coach. And that's very true. So Coach Montgomery, thank you for all that you've done for our children. And congratulations, on the biggest fight in life, getting out of Angola. That's very huge. So just appreciate all of you have done. And it shows hearing these men talk about you and hearing how kids talk about you. I just have one request. I got to make it, Coach. We need to expand Spartan boxing onto the West Bank. So, yes. Go ahead. 2 seconds.
I tried that, man. I tried that. I couldn't get the right coach sitting that spot.
Yeah.
So you kind of put it under the table. But as of now, before I go away from y'all, I'm gonna try my best to get somebody at that gym across there because you got a little boy, he begged me to fight. I used to go get him and bring him all the way over here. He said, I gotta have somewhere at home. But I'm gonna try to help.
We want to make that happen. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Morrell.
I'll be brief. There's not a lot to add. I think that anyone who knows you knows what you brought to the game. I think it's important to note that, and I think you've said repeatedly, you're an advocate for kids. I mean, you don't see kids when they come in the door as a problem. You see them as a kid when you have solutions for them. The amount of institutional knowledge you have is priceless, and I have no doubt that the coaches around you are still going to call you and harass you, even though you're going into semi-retirement, because I'm gonna tell you, my dad's 80 years old and I can't get him to retire either. So even though you may intend to retire, they're still gonna be nipping at your heels, asking for help, and you will be helpless to not help them because you just know so much that's going on. I think it's important to note, and I don't think we say enough, that programs like this save lives. They save lives. That's just a fact. And not only did you save your own life by getting out of Angola, you took the knowledge and just the credibility of someone who's been through that life to save other lives. And I appreciate, and we all kind of chuckle that you're a bully, but I'm gonna tell you in my experience, when you're dealing with kids who come from that life, you gotta be a bully to break through. Because when you got kids who've dealt with some stuff that's made them so hard, if you come at them and you're not, through your actions, showing you really care and that you really gonna do what it takes to save their life, they don't believe it. I mean, when you have them, when you come in, they've been through so much and they've seen so much, and they've had people say, I'm gonna help you, and then when it gets hard, they don't help you anymore. And you being there to look in their bags, slap their hands, to go to their schools and say, this kid's not a bully, he's just a hard kid who wants to do right. That's the kind of advocacy these kids don't see. Because there's too many advocates in the city where they'll provide you resources, slap you on the back and say good luck, and kids need more than that. They need somebody that's gonna be, even when they mess up, that's gonna help them stand back up and tell them, I'm not gonna let you fail. And everything I've heard about you, coach, is you are that person where kids don't fail themselves, adults fail kids. And you have not failed kids. And that's truly a legacy. I mean, it'll be impossible for us to find out how many lives you've impacted, because for every life you saved, it's been a ripple effect for all the lives those people affect. Everybody who's been through your program, whose life you saved, you also created a person who became a citizen, who had a family, who had kids, who had a father or a mother. It's just a ripple effect that we'll never comprehend. And we can't thank you enough for the work you've done, Coach. You're amazing.
Councilmember Thomas.
Coach Montgomery, we can't tell you how much we love you in terms of what you're committed to this community, Coach Rob and Coach Knapp. In 1982, when George Dixon, black boxer, beat Jake Skelly, white Irish boxer, it started a renaissance in the movement of black boxing in this community. And I'm gonna say some names that are not here to honor you, but they honor you. Kid Brown, Elridge, Sweet Pea, Warren Matthew, Super D, my brother Naughty, George Wills, Weaver, Quick Tillis, Percy Pugh. As a kid, going to Curly's and going when they had the boxing center set up at the Desire Community Center, going to Malcolm Favor, it was people like you who taught us you could use your aggression. You could put your hands up to put your guns down. You could learn how to jab and hook, not to hurt someone, but to get the aggression out for peace. And there were so many young black men. I think Mr. Barabino forgets me and my family sitting on the side of the stands at the Spartan Boxing Club, not being a politician, but just watching the boxing. Or going to Al's, when Al would put on his events in Cadillac, and we'd be there in the stands as fans of boxing, because we knew it helped get the aggression out of, at that time, young black men. And now young women also have the opportunity, but our aggression had somewhere else to go. And it wasn't aimed at each other to hurt each other. It was aimed at each other to come to peace and understanding and respect for competitive sport. So coaches, bless you. I'm glad we rediscovering now the pugilistic sport. George Dixon, when he beat that white boy in 1982, he's up there smiling right now, because we are back in 2023, honoring the sport and honoring the man that's always saved lives, including the ones in my family. Thank you, Coach.
Thank you very much, Coach. And at my request and the council member Helena Moreno's request, we have a proclamation. I don't have to read the entire proclamation. We're going to come forward and take a photo with you at the beginning. But the things that we didn't mention are that Coach Montgomery is one of 9 children born in New Orleans to William and Daisy Montgomery. He has 4 children and 12 grandchildren. I got to talk to my children about getting me some more grandchildren. I like that. 12 grandchildren. He grew up in the Desire Housing Project and started recreational boxing at the age of 9. And was the founder of both the Angola Amateur Boxing Club and the Crescent City Boxing Club with owner Al Smith. This is a great day of celebration. Thank you, Coach, for all that you've done. Let's come forward for a photo.
Stand up to get your dog. No,
Go ahead.
Don't do that.
All right. Good. Good. Frankly, brokerage.
Councilmember, you ready for your order, Councilmember King? On page 2, we have the first order of business, a presentation, Lester Bo McCaleb, recognizing and honoring Lester Bo McCaleb for his accomplishment. Bo is an American Macedonian and former professional basketball player. He represented the senior Macedonian national team internationally and played briefly for the New Orleans Pelicans. He was born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana, where he attended Old Parrot High School. He also was a student athlete at the University of New Orleans, playing basketball with the Privateers. During his college years, he was named the Sun Belt Conference Player of the Year in 2007. As a basketball professional, his career record is unequivocal. A record leader in steals, Euro League Final Four player, Italian League Cup, and Super Cup winner. McCaleb was named the Italian League MVP. He also won the Euro League's Alfonso Ford Trophy. He is an impeccable man who walks humbly.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have before us Mr. Lester Bo McCaleb, a guy who is born and raised in Algiers. Algiers legend, a New Orleans legend as it comes to basketball. And I think in my opinion, his best accomplishment is that he's back in a city that he grew up in that helped make him what he is today, giving back in training, teaching kids the sport of basketball. Somebody that I grew up with, started off playing against him in the parks on the West Bank. Then we met up, played with each other. Coach Larry was our coach for a couple of those years. And it's very humbling. And it's a humbling, surreal experience. I don't say that lightly, being able to recognize one of your peers that you grew up with, travel with, slept in the same hotel room with, going to different states, different cities. Lost a lot to, and also help win a lot of games. Before we get started with the other councilmen, I want to say we just heard from Coach Montgomery about how men are needed in our communities and how our coaches are important. We have Coach Larry Barabino here, who coached Bo and I as we grew up. And I can remember Coach coming from the St. Bernard projects with a truck full of kids in the bed of the truck, crossing the bridge, bring me, Bo, another guy who played with Milton, bringing us home. And that was out of his own pocket. He didn't get paid for it, got no recognition for it. But that's just to show you the commitment that a lot of our coaches have. So Coach, definitely appreciate that. So I'm gonna stop talking. I have a couple more things to say. But I want to say this, Madam Clerk, we forgot to mention a few things. So I'm gonna say a couple more accomplishments Mr. McCaleb has under his belt. The court at UNO is named after you. He's UNO's all-time leading scorer. He was a Sun Belt Conference all-time leading scorer. I know at one time, last I checked, you were top 10 all-time leading scorer in the NCAA history, and you were 3 times first team all-Sun Belt player. So a lot of accomplishments for a guy straight out of Algiers. That's a big thing. So I'll turn it over to yourself, to you, Bo, and let you speak a little bit. You're a man of few words. My whole life, you said like 10 words ever. So I'm gonna let you say some words and we'll start with the council.
First of all,
Get a look.
good morning, everyone. Very happy to be here, honored to be here. I mean, you said most of the stuff there. I mean, I grew up in Algiers and the Fisher Project. Because you know it's right around my family lived there.
Yeah.
I started playing park ball at McDonald Park in Algiers. Started in North. And went on to Walker after that. Then UNO. Then I was able to, get a chance to play overseas, and I took advantage of it. I mean, I guess that's why I'm sitting here today.
So, like I said, he doesn't say much, y'all. So let me help you out. Can you just briefly explain your journey? Because a lot of people don't have dual citizenship. It's definitely not from Algiers, played on the Macedonian national team. How did that come about?
I mean, well, my first year in Europe, I did really good. And I got a phone call, and it was like, do you want to represent our country? And I made some phone calls around because I was young. They had guys that did it before me. And it was like, yes. So I said, yes. So 2 days later, I had a passport. And like you see what's going on now, they have a lot of Americans playing on different national teams.
Yeah.
They're doing that because of me. Seriously?
Yeah, I believe it. That's a new trend. That's a new trend. So look, we'll have Coach Larry speak, and we'll start with Councilmember Thomas.
Sure. So, and I'm glad you're starting with Councilmember Thomas after me, because I want Councilmember Thomas to reflect back to those 90s when he was a council member, when he came to St. Bernard Center and played ball, and he saw the talent, the kids that ran through St. Bernard Center, and the funding and support that he gave for us to take kids out of the city of New Orleans to compete and to travel. Thank you, because this is part of the fruits of the labor of your contribution back in the 90s. I was young in my career at St. Bernard Rec Center when I met Bo and Freddie, and I want to sit here and I want to brag a little because my 12-year-old Nord basketball team won city championship undefeated. That means we beat Freddie's team, we beat Bo's team, we beat everyone's team that year. But I had the honor of being part of, then Nord had all-star teams. And so an all-star team was formed at that time, and we competed in the International Basketball League, where we beat Puerto Rico to win that national championship. And Lester McCaleb was the MVP of that international championship. But from there, all those guys wanted to stay with my kids. So we created a 12-year-old team to where that these kids from around the city all came together to play at North St. Bernard Recreational Center. And Freddie is right, even though he's put me on the spot of all the kids I had to travel back and forth and how I traveled them, but I literally went throughout the city to pick these kids up to make sure during these summer months They weren't out in the streets, they were playing ball. And we've won AAU tournaments. We've won UYA tournaments. I mean, I remember winning the Louisiana Games tournament here in on the West Bank. And Bo Lester was MVP, but he sat on the curb and cried because he missed all his free throws in the championship game. I remember that. I remember that. And that let me see his competitiveness. He always was a humble, quiet giant. You always saw his determination, his drive for the game. And as he continued to grow, I have a poster right now that he signed for my son when he was playing at UNO, because we would go to UNO to watch him play. And just talking to him back then, you've always known that he would be special. But for that team, I knew they all were special, because whether they became college basketball players, whether they became professional basketball players, they all became good men, good family men. And I'm proud of Councilman King, who came out of that group. But I'll be remiss not to acknowledge Coach Ernest Dejon, who sits in the back, who coached us. Well, we traveled, and it was not cheap, but every summer I committed to our guys, Ernest Gathers, we all committed that every summer that buses will pull up at NOLA St. Bernard Recreational Center, and these kids will have the opportunity to go and compete. Everywhere we went, everyone asked, who's Bo Lester? Who's this kid? That's how much he stood out. No matter where we traveled to outside the state, Lester McCaleb stood out, and he did the same thing at O. Perry Walker. He did the same thing at UNO. And I am so proud of the man that he has become. And now I'm just give him another challenge, because there's a group of kids of Bo Lester's, Freddie's, Clarence's that need him to come back to Northern coach. That's my challenge to him. But you know, to bestow this on him, Freddie, as a teammate, this is great. This is a huge honor. I'm sure it is for him to receive this from one of his teammates that sit as a city council member today. So I am just so excited for Bo Lester, and this is something great that you guys are doing, acknowledging him today.
Thank you, Coach. Councilmember Thomas.
Well, first of all, if you're a hooper, you know who Bo McCaleb is. As someone who was recruited by UNO years ago, Bo took UNO basketball to another level, from Wayne Cooper, Wilbur Highland, Rico Reaver, Liddell Echoes, Mark Pettaway, Muff, Beadle, Bullock. But the most important thing about what Bo did, especially, you showed that hoopers could stay home and they could make a name for themselves. And if you're familiar with basketball, especially international basketball, I remember the first time I got turned down to international basketball, I saw one of my homeboys, Willie Bland, win the international dunk contest on television overseas. And so we started paying attention to the brothers who was from here, who were making a name for themselves in Europe. And very few people, Bo, can make an impact on an international level. When Bo McCaleb walks through little towns that many folk will never go to, people know who he is. When they go to obscure countries that many of our people will never ever be able to travel to, they know who Bo McCaleb is. So you represented the 504 at the highest level as an athlete, but also at the highest level as a man. So that little boy from Algiers, from the Boston shootout, right? You know, when you know the game, you know what you had to deal with. And then the thing that I like most of all was that, because back in the day when they were recruiting us, they only wanted to recruit New Orleans for football and baseball. Bo, when you did your thing at UNO, you opened up the door for more young basketball players from New Orleans, where the colleges started coming here saying, hey, nah, we want a Bo McCaleb. We want somebody who can play, because we could play. But we didn't get to know, when you gave us that notoriety nationally and internationally, it opened up the door for a lot of young men. So keep on hooping and keep on teaching hoops, bro.
Thank you, Bo McCaleb. Thank you very much for being a great son of the city of New Orleans. Your successes here in the city at Walker and UNO led you to great experiences outside But here you are back in New Orleans after spending time in Macedonia and going throughout Europe and, you know, other places in the world. And I'm just so pleased that you've chosen to come back here and also that you've so invested in our community. I do hope that you'll take Mr. Barabino up on that offer and be a coach with NORD. NORD is moving in great directions, a lot of great programs, as we saw earlier with the boxing program. So you certainly can make a difference in a city that will really appreciate your work. The UNO Gymnasium happens to be in Council District D, and I go to games. I never really thought about the naming of the floor and who it was named for. But every time I go to a game now, I'm going to remember, as I see those players out there, the legend who is here at the city council today and who's been in our city making a difference for so many years. I look forward to watching games on the Bo McCaleb court at UNO. So thank you for all your contributions locally and looking forward to seeing more. Thank you.
I can't really say it better than everyone else has about your accolades, Mr. McCaleb. I do have one thing I'd like to add. After all the trash talk Larry just had about you and Freddie, what I would love to see is a fundraiser where Larry plays you one-on-one and then plays Freddie one-on-one. And I will be happy to be the first sponsor for that fundraiser for NORD. But I think, Bo, I think you'd love to teach him about where things currently stand in the basketball game, right?
I'm still active. You don't have a chance to do.
Listen, but he can tell you for the record, the last time we played one-on-one, I beat him.
What, how old were you?
It's like 14. 13.
Okay.
13.
Well, just like I'm saying, Mr. Baraboo, you always looking for money. If you host an event where you play Councilman King one-on-one and then play Bo one-on-one, I will be the first sponsor at that event. Putting it out there. So just putting it out there.
I'm gonna need my AARP status for this one here.
Wait, so Larry has to play them both at the same,
No, one at a time. One at a time.
right, but back to back?
Back to back.
Oh, yeah, that's gonna be a lot. That's gonna be a lot.
I might could beat Councilman King. I don't know about right here.
Wow, that does seem like a challenge, doesn't it? Okay, looks like we got a tournament coming up, at least with Councilmember King. So, look, I think so much has been said and I appreciated learning more about you from hearing stories from Coach Barabino. And I'll just say this, you know, you make us all proud here in the city of New Orleans and we appreciate all that you have accomplished, but more than anything, thank you so much for paying it forward and for giving back to our kids as well. That's so important. With all that you've accomplished, you know, you could just sit back and just say like, hey, look at all that I've done. But the fact that you're turning it around and giving back to our kids, that says a lot about you. So we appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna close with one quick story. We were playing, I don't know if it was Florida or Baton Rouge, and we all go to the court and we're looking around like, where's Bo? Bo was a star player. And like, he's still in the van asleep. I'm like, nah, we can't start the game without Bo. So the game, we had our whole team there, but coach would not start until Bo came on the court. So I just let you know how good of a player he was. And I'm gonna just rattle off some more highlights and awards that may have been missed. This is from your Wikipedia page, Bo. So if I missed some things, blame it on Wikipedia, not myself. Two-time All EuroLeague, two-time EuroLeague steals leader, All Euro basketball team, the Serbian Cup winner, the two-time Italian Cup winner, Italian Super Cup winner, Turkish Cup winner, Turkish Super Cup winner, Spanish Super Cup winner, Italian Super Cup MVP, a couple of other awards and accolades, but I think people get the message. So I'm just, again, very proud and honored to recognize you, a son of New Orleans, more specifically a son of Algiers. And I'm humbled and honored to give this proclamation. So we'll come down and take some pictures with you and get your proclamation to you.
Before we get started, back to items on the regular agenda, I just want to make another announcement I made at the top of the meeting. But I know there's been some extra aggressive reporting as of late, but there are two items that are not on the agenda today for discussion. The first is the short-term rental ordinances are on first read. They are not up as an item for discussion. They will be read into the record at the end of the meeting. The first time they would be eligible for discussion and consideration will be the next council meeting. In abundance of caution, as the city is under a temporary restraining order, we will not be taking up those items or doing any kind of activity to move them forward at this time. The second item, I know there are some people here on the Greg Joseph matter. That is for the Tuesday special council meeting. So those two items, if you're here for those two items, they are not up for debate or discussion today. Thank you. Ms. Thomas, you have some items. Clerk's gonna get started in a second.
Yes, Madam Clerk, you have the items?
Yes, sir. We're now going to page 46, ordinance calendar number 34,377 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Center for the Innovative Training of Youth, Inc., doing business as STEM NOLA for 3 years for the public purpose of expanding programming for the purpose of exposing, inspiring, and engaging members of the community into the world of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
This is a STEM NOLA CEA with the Innovation Center. And we have one speaker on this item, Mr. George McD.
Yeah, George McD, Neighborhood Unity and Merge. You know, if you don't think education is important, just read this article in the New Orleans Tribune that's out right now. It's an article written in 1864. And this article entitled, "We Want Justice for Our Colored Children." It read, while whites and blacks were taxpayers, only white children were receiving the benefits of public education. The colored children were prohibited from entering the public schools of the state. This was right before Reconstruction, during the height of the Civil War. At that time, the the Union General Banks found that the freeborn coloreds were excluded from the schools their parents were taxed for. And the slave children were prevented by law from learning how to read and write. And we wonder why education is still a problem, why our kids are still failing. You know, that legacy of neglect was passed on through the generations to even today. We still see today that race and class are critical roles in educational achievement. So yes, we need STEM programs. We need overall comprehensive approach to education. But we need to care about putting our kids, the underserved populations, in the situations where they can be successful, because that has been the problem all along. So, these programs are good, but don't forget about the people that need to read and write. We need reading clinics along with STEM. And we need, programs of curriculum changes and curriculum approaches that are different than what high stakes education is, because at this point, high stakes education is going to result in more failures down the line. Thank you.
Thank you. The beauty of this program is with, I witnessed Dr. Mackey when two parents brought a kid to his STEM program at Joe Brown, and they said, not only was he not good in school, but that they didn't know if he was even willing to try academically. And not only did that kid eventually try academically, but that kid is building robots now. And these were disadvantaged kids that would participate in Dr. Mackey's STEM program that nobody else would give them a chance. So I move adoption of the CEA. Moved by me. Second by Councilmember Caruso. Vote your machines, please.
And Councilman, as we move forward, I had pressed the button to make a quick comment, and it's going to only be 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I just want to encourage youth and the adults to recognize the value of the STEM program. I have an opportunity to attend many events where Dr. Calvin Mackey and those who are very motivated to educate, to provide educational opportunities for our citizens to participate. And it also serves as a gap, sometimes as a gap filler to what children may miss in school. The STEM program is a great program. Keep in mind, science, technology, education, actually it's also art and math, the STEAM program too. But if you have an opportunity to recommend kids to the program or to participate in the program, our youth are getting great benefits from that program. And I'm glad to be able to participate in the approval of the CEA today.
6 yeas, no nays, and the ordinance was adopted. Thank you.
We're now going to go to the top of page 49. We have a legislative grouping. Motion line over M23-386 by Councilmember Thomas, extending for the period of 120 days, the interim appointment of Sarah McLaughlin Portis as acting director of the Department of Public Works. We have an amendment to motion M23-386 by Councilmember Morrell. Councilmember, you still withdrawing this one? Huh?
Withdraw that.
You withdrawing yours? Okay. We have another amendment, and this amendment is by Councilmember Thomas by request. In the fourth whereas paragraph, delete McLaughlin Portis and insert in lieu thereof. They misspelled her name in the first one. Number 2, in the first be it moved paragraph, delete 120 and insert in lieu thereof 30. That is the amendment.
Move adoption of the amendment. Second by Councilmember Morrell. 6 yeas, no nays, and the motion is adopted. And before we adopt the motion as amended, Mr. Burnside, Speaker.
For those of you born here, I've only been here 8 years, which is nothing. But in the 8 years I've been here, I've been through several directors of public works. Multiple individuals have held that post. And I have to say that Sarah McLaughlin Portis is a generous and capable individual who is achieving results. I would like to publicly state out loud that after a great deal of hard work, we have achieved some truck route signs on Felicity that are helping change the situation there. And I am grateful for that. Thank you very much.
You move adoption of the motion as amended. Move it. I know the amendment was adopted. Moved by me, second by Councilmember Morel again. Vote your machine. 7 yeas, no nays. The motion as amended is adopted. Thank you.
Councilmember, we're now going to go to page 51. We have resolution R 23-422 by Councilmember King, Green, and Thomas, approving the following disbursement of the 2022 reserve subject to the availability of funds. OPSB, Office of Student Support Attendance, Mahalia site. $1,932,000, $1,932,172.55. OPSB Therapeutic Program, $1,932,172.55. Service for Court-Involved Youth, $1,932,172.55. Total allocation is $5,796,517.65.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have a couple comments. We'll have Mr. Burnside, Stuart Gay, and Brian Egana in that order.
Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity. What can I say? It's hard to speak against kids. It's easy to speak against bureaucracies. And the problem is that kids often come in conflict with bureaucracies. And having spent 10 years as a teacher, I can tell you that if you have a 40% truant rate or a 30% truant rate or a 20% truant rate, you've got a problem with the schools, not the kids. And the idea that you're going to solve it by throwing more money at the bureaucracy is not one that I agree with. I hate saying this out loud because I have not done my research, but my emotions are we're pissing $5 million away and it's not going to affect any change in any kind of schools, any kind of schooling, or any lives of any children. You can say I'm bitter if you wish, but I don't believe that this is going to affect change. I don't see a plan. I don't see people up here in the chairs telling us how this $5 million is going to be spent or what it's going to achieve when we spend it. Furthermore, I don't know what a 2022 reserve is. It's the first time I've ever seen it, but we've certainly had advocates in here for housing and they keep talking about all kinds of money that never quite shows up, specifically all kinds of ARPA money, all kinds of fund balance money. And now we've got a 2022 reserve, which given the number of pieces of paper I've read in my life, I've never seen before. Thank you.
Mr. Gay and Mr. Egana.
Good morning, Brian Egana with Circular Consultant on behalf of NOLA PS, and with me is Stuart Gay, who's the CFO with NOLA PS. As you guys know, it's an annual request that we make before the council. Goes back to as the city has started receiving resources from Harris, and the 3 programs has been continuing for the last decade. So being utilized to the best of his ability. And so Stuart is just really here if you guys have any questions. And what we would like to do, Councilmember King, moving forward, I know Dr. Williams has been here and be before Community Development Committee, but maybe on a quarterly basis, just kind of give you guys an update and be proactive on how the money is constantly being spent, the impact it's making. And so we just want to support and available to answer any questions you have any.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stewart. Any other further comments? If not, then
no, sir, no additional comment, just for questions.
It's time to make a motion to adopt.
Councilmember.
Councilmember Green, you had a, Madam Clerk.
Right here, I had a
online
comment, yeah, forwarded it to me from the Orleans School Board.
Okay.
This is from Mr. Parker, Owen Parker. The Orleans Parish School Board and NOLA PS are grateful to the council for supporting items outlined in resolution R 23-422. This funding is critically important for serving children in our city with the greatest needs, those with significant exceptionalities, court-involved youth, and those students who are disconnected from school. NOLA PS has lost 19 students under the age of 18 to gun violence thus far in 2023. School is the safest place for a child in New Orleans. The funding in this resolution
will help keep kids in school and on track to reaching their bright futures. It will also ensure that those students with the most significant psychological and behavioral needs receive the care they need and deserve. Many of you on the dais have attended graduation at the Travis Hill School or taken a tour of our city's groundbreaking Center for Resilience on the Children's Hospital campus. I sincerely thank you for your involvement with these institutions, and on behalf of the Orleans Parish School Board, am grateful for your continued commitment to ensuring that the youth of New Orleans have the resources they need to be successful. Ellen G. Parker, President, Orleans Parish School Board.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Anita. Councilmember Green. I just wanted to state, as I've stated before, that sometimes activities with which the council is involved that provide support in certain areas isn't recognized. But this is an example of the fact that, yes, in fact, the city council does work with the school system to make resources available to programs that have a positive impact on our community. The Travis Hill School, that I have an opportunity to attend graduations, and I see young people moving in different directions. We as a city have chosen to separate, for example, city council from school board from other agencies, but it doesn't mean that this city council doesn't step up and make the resources available when asked. And in this particular case, there are choices where this money could go. We are working with the school system because we are very proud and pleased to be able to make a difference of our youth. It's important to speak as much as we can about the positive that happens in our school system and with our youth. And I'm pleased to say that not only with this allocation of money, but with other works that the city council does, we're partners with the school board in terms of very positive developments in education. I also want to remind the public that you can attend not only these meetings, but any meeting of the Orleans Parish School Board and ask a direct question of how is this money being utilized, what's it being utilized for, and what are the results? And finally, I would like to take Mr. Egano's suggestion to heart about the school board coming before us, even if it's in written fashion every quarter. Tell us what's being used so that we can go out into our community meetings and tell everybody the relationship that we have with the school board and what the results are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Green. This has been moved by me, second by Councilman Thomas. We have 7 yeas and no nays. Thank you.
We're now going to go to page 4, the consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Loretta Catherine Harmon, President, L.K. Harmon Architect, 711 Bourbon Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date 9/21. We have a communication from Elizabeth Russo, MPS Deputy Director for City Council Relations, Office of Mayor LaToya Cantrell. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Elizabeth Baruso, MPS Deputy Director for City Council Relations, Office of Mayor LaToya Cantrell. This should be marked received. On top of page 6, we have a communication from Elizabeth W. Baruso, MPS Deputy Director for City Council Relations, Office of Mayor LaToya Cantrell. This should be marked received. We have the report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, September 21st. We have a report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date, September 21st. On top of page 7, we have ordinance calendar number 34,342 by Councilmember Green. 2905 through 2941 Franklin Avenue, zoning docket 4223. We have ordinance calendar number 34,343 by Councilmember Harris. 929 Howard Avenue, zoning docket 4323. On page 8, ordinance calendar number 34,344 by Councilmember Harris, zoning docket 4623. Motion line over M23-385 by Council Members Jeruso and Moreno. Quality of Life Committee recommended approval. On top of page 9, motion M23-397 by Council Member Harris. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M23-399 by Council Members Thomas and Green by request. Public Works Committee recommended approval. Motion M23-400 by Council Members Thomas, and Green by request. The Public Works Committee recommended approval. On top of page 10, motion M 23-401 by council members Thomas and Green by request. Public Works Committee recommended approval. Motion M 23-402 by council member Harris. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Motion M 23-407 by council member Green by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 11, we have M 23-408 by council member Harris by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M 23-409 by council member Morrell by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
Make them, we don't have enough people. Madam Clerk, it's been moved by me, second by Councilmember Thomas. And Mr. Burnside.
Find myself a reply guy and I'm disgusted with myself, but the bottom line is that AT&T is out there and they need to be talked about by somebody. So Felicity Street at the cross with like South Robertson, maybe my mind's not good, but I think it's all right. There's a double pole about let's say about 2 feet from each other, 2 poles up in the sky, and there's 4 bolts, and the 4 bolts are holding the AT&T wires to both poles. Of course, one pole is old and rotten and about ready to fall down. That's why the new pole was put up there, is the old pole is actually crap. And because there are 4 bolts instead of only 2 bolts, the old pole cannot be removed because it's bolted to the wires. So whoever came to put up the new pole and put the bolts in for the new pole to attach it to the wires never bothered to unbolt 2 bolts. And so my neighborhood has yet another pole that is fully able and capable of falling down because it's rotten on the base and nobody's come to take care of it. So I understand the city has a hard time regulating AT&T because there are various lawsuits, and AT&T has some kind of agreement that goes back to the 1800s and somehow or another manages to be the only public utility that doesn't provide any money to the city. And AT&T is real special, but they're also damaging my community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Madam Clerk, we have 4 yeas. We need one more. We need one more. Okay.
You need one more?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, right here. I voted already.
I understand that my vote is needed. Well, some things are gonna change around here until I vote. Just joking. I'm pleased to vote. That was the approval of the consent agenda. Yes. All right. Got our 5.
Initial there, this is the EA, aviation board and British.
We're now going to go to page 13. all matters in the legislative grouping. The RTA of 1306 Magazine Street has been deferred to September 21st, and resolution line over R23-379 has been deferred to September 21st. On top of page 14, legislative grouping, the demolition request of Lynette Gordon Spectrum Design LLC, transmitting the application documents for a demolition permit requiring city council review and approval for the following property: 1432 Two Rose Street. We have motion M23405 by Councilmember King, approving the demolition request for the property located at 1432 Two Rose Street and authorizing the Department of Safety and Permits to issue a demolition permit for said property.
Good, good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. We don't have anybody here on behalf of the city to speak. So this property is located on 1432 Road. It is not in a historical neighborhood. There has been some 1432 Two Road, I'm sorry. I did speak to the representatives of PRC, and they have expressed willingness to work with the applicant as far as tax credits. Spoke to the neighbors. The neighbors believe that this is a more of a public safety issue, and they're asking for the property to be demoed. We have seen plans and renderings from the applicant. With the plans will bring this historical property close as possible back to its original glory. So at that time, make a motion to
Councilmember, I have some online comments.
oh, I'm sorry, we have some, I keep getting those online comments, online comments.
We have 6. First one is from Tiffany French. She says, please do not demolish this historic home. It adds character to the neighborhood and the city, which attracts tourism and helps our economy. The Preservation Council is offering to help restore it and says it could be salvaged at a profit. If the owners can't afford to fix it, maybe they can sell it to someone who wants to. Thank you. The next comment is from Angel Bradford, who says, don't demolish it, buy the home, take advantage of the credits, refurbish it, buy it from Gordon or whomever the owner is. They clearly don't appreciate it. Adam Tatar says, my husband, our 2 long-term tenants and myself have lived directly across from 1432 Turo for nearly a decade. The owner has refused to maintain the property almost the entire time. For the last year, it has been structurally unsound as well and is currently propped up with external bracing. Debris flies off onto our property and vehicles during storms. The owner has never seemed to care. After a decade of this, we support demolition to finally get some relief on our block from this dangerous eyesore. We cherish the architecture of our neighborhood, but anyone making the case against demolition for historical preservation is about 10 years too late. The next comment is from Caitlin Morgenstern. I am writing this letter to support the motion to permit the partial demolition of 1432 Turo, a property immediately adjacent to my residence. My primary concern is the safety and well-being of my 7-year-old daughter, my immediate neighbors, and the broader community. 1432 Turo Street has become a source of significant distress and poses a clear and present danger to its surroundings. Over the past decade, this once distinguished structure has fallen into severe neglect and decay, becoming a public nuisance that adversely affects the entire neighborhood. For several years, I and other neighbors have diligently attempted to engage the property owner in addressing maintenance issues. Unfortunately, these efforts have been met with little success. The decaying condition of the property has resulted in debris being dislodged during strong winds, posing an immediate threat to my residents and the safety of my family. In June 2023, this threat materialized when debris from 1432 Turo Street damaged my property. Moreover, the abandoned state of the property has made it a magnet for squatters, compromising neighborhood safety and security. The property has also been declared a fire hazard, preventing me from obtaining property insurance, which is fundamental necessity for any homeowner. The culmination of these issues led to the property being declared a public nuisance by code enforcement on July 17, 2023, with an order for demolition. This action underscores the pressing need to address this property's safety concerns. While there may be concerns about historic preservation, I firmly believe that the health and safety concerns of myself, my daughter, and my neighbors must take precedence. As such, I urge City Council to grant the property owner's request for demolition. Doing so will ensure our community's safety and contribute to our neighborhood's overall betterment, allowing us to move forward with a renewed sense of security and pride in our surroundings. Patrick Hernandez says this property has been an ongoing safety concern in the neighborhood for several years. With each passing storm, it falls apart a bit more. Even thunderstorms are issues, not to mention hurricanes. As a direct neighbor to 1432 Toro, I'm in full support of the demolition permit being granted. Saving this house's history might have been a good idea several years ago, but the safety concern based on its current state of disrepair and dilapidation outweighs everything else. The last comment is from Leopoldo Yanes, who says, I write in support of the motion to permit the partial demolition of 1432 Toro Street. The property has already been declared a public nuisance and ordered to be demolished by code enforcement. After years of neglect, it is reassuring to see the property owner taking some much needed action. Those of us who live in the property's immediate vicinity, frankly, are relieved to see the perilous conditions it has fostered be abated through partial demolition. Any concerns about historic preservation pale in comparison to the health and safety concerns of our nearby neighbors, including families with children who until recently have been subjected to the range of hazards created by the property's dire and worsening condition. Several times now, others' property has been damaged by debris from the structurally unsound home. Worse, the property has been a magnet for squatters. The property's demolition is long overdue. That's it for the online comments.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nito. So I just want to add a couple of things. I want to considering to demolish the front portion of this structure, which is the portion that is most at risk for collapse, to signal their intent to proceed with imminent redevelopment. The property owner has not only submitted a full redevelopment plan, but have also indicated their corresponding building permit application. And as indicated in these plans, the property owner will be conceptually reconstructing the front portion of this structure as it currently exists. So this is not a full demo, we're granting it's a partial demo. I urge the owner to work with PRC. There may be some tax credits, but PRC is willing to help. So at this time, I'll make a motion to adopt. Do I have a second? Probably second by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas, no nays, motion is adopted. Thank you.
On top of page 15, we have a legislative grouping. Where's Councilmember Harris? Okay. We have demolition requests of Debbie Champagne transmitting the application documents for a demolition permit requiring City Council review and approval for the following property, 2431 Phillips Street. We have motion M23-415 by Councilmember Harris, approving the demolition request for the property located at 2431 Phillips Street and authorizing the Department of Safety and Permits to issue a demolition permit for said property.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This motion approves a code enforcement request for the demolition of 2431 Phillips Street in Central City. Last year, a resident brought this property to my office's attention. It's in terrible condition with overgrown vines and structural issues, tires and debris scattered throughout. Indeed, my office included this property on our blight list for District B as one of the top 10 most blighted properties. So thank you to Tom Mulligan and Code Enforcement, who really pushed an adjudication forward last year on the site. It was ruled unsafe to person and property, a fire hazard, a public health hazard, and a public nuisance in order to be abated by demolition. Are there any online comments? All right, I've moved. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. 6 yeas. Thank you.
On top of page 16, we have the legislative grouping, a demolition request of Debbie Champagne transmitting the application documents for a demolition permit requiring City Council review and approval for the following properties, 1715 through 1717 Turo Street. We have motion M23-412 by Councilmember Green, approving the demolition request for the property located at 1715 through 1717 Turo Street and authorizing the Department of Safety and Permits to issue a demolition permit for said property.
I also thank the the Office of Code Enforcement, Department of Safety and Permits for identifying, at our request, this particular property. It's a nuisance to the community. It's in terrible condition. It's beyond repair, and it causes health and safety concerns for the community. This community is a community that is experiencing some growth, and that results in us having to get rid of sometimes the old in favor of the new. I'm pleased with what we've seen in terms of the new, but once again, to the Office of Code Enforcement and Safety and Permits, I'm pleased to work with you on this particular property. The property is beyond repair. So I move for approval of the demolition request of Debbie Champagne. Then seconded by Councilmember King. Members, please vote your machine. 5 yeas, no nays, and that motion is approved. Thank you.
On top of page 17, we have a legislative grouping. A demolition request of Debbie Champagne transmitting the application documents for a demolition permit requiring city council review and approval for the following property, 1113 through 1115 Music Street. We have motion M23-406 by Councilmember King, approving a demolition request for the property located at 1113 through 1115 Music Street and authorizing the Department of Safety and Permits to issue a demolition permit for said property.
Any online comment, Mr. Nita? All right, make a motion to adopt. Somebody second by Councilmember Harris. Need 2 more votes. 1 more vote. 5 yeas, no nays. Motion adopted. 6. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 18. We have the HDLC appeal of 711 Canal Street has been deferred to September 21st. We have the legislative grouping. The HDLC appeal of Rob Schaefer. This first report is being withdrawn because of the inaccurate information, and we have a revised report. So ordered. We have the report of the Deputy Director of the New Orleans Historic District Landmarks Commission, Central Business District Historic District Landmarks Commission, submitting a revised report regarding an appeal of the Historic District Landmarks Commission's approval of the relocation of solar panels as per option 2 for the property located at 1221 Carondelet Street. We need to suspend the rules to receive this report.
I'll move. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember King. I need 1 more vote. 5 yeas, motion passes.
And now we need to suspend the rules to place it on the agenda.
I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. Please vote your machines. All right.
Isn't that a? We have motion M23-416 by Councilmember Harris, overruling and granting the relocation of the solar panels for property located at 1221 Carondelet Street, and there is an amendment by Councilmember Harris. On page 1, on unnumbered lines 4 through 7, remove the phrase beginning with the word granted and concluding with the word street, and insert the following in lieu thereof. Granted, and the request is approved, allowing for the retention of solar panels. I thought this was supposed to be 2. I thought this was supposed to be option 2. Okay, but absolutely. Oh. All right. Okay, no problem. I'm sorry. Granted, and the request is approved, allowing for the retention of solar panels as per option 1, as described in the commission's report. However, the request to waive the 10-foot setback is not granted, and such setback requirement shall apply. That is the amendment.
I'm gonna go ahead and move to amend now, and then we'll vote on the full. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. 6 yeas. Eleanor, will you provide your report?
Yes. 1221 Carondelet Street is a significant rated designated landmark located in the Central City National Register District. On Friday, May 5th, 2023, Solar Alternatives submitted an online permit application to install solar panels on the above referenced designated landmark. Wendy Cogall noted that the application would require additional information, noting that the panels as proposed did not meet the HDLC design guidelines and would require commission approval. The applicant was contacted with that information, notifying them that they did not meet the guidelines and would need to be reviewed and approved by the commission. Ms. Cogall did not receive a response to this email. Solar Alternatives then installed the panels without a certificate of appropriateness or a permit from the Department of Safety and Permits in the configuration as originally proposed. Solar Alternatives, upon being made aware of the issue, agreed to remove the solar panels installed without a certificate of appropriateness and was scheduled to go before the commission with 2 proposed options for their reinstallation configurations that more closely align with the design guidelines of the HDLC. As proposed, both option 1 and 2 meet the design guideline requirements for new solar installations. However, option 1 is highly visible due to the open parking lot to the left of the structure. Staff does believe that solar panels and other clean energy equipment should be approved when possible, but this building is a designated landmark and new equipment and changes to the building should be highly sensitive. For this reason, staff recommended approval of option 2, as it is less visible from the public right of way, with the proviso that the panel should be set back with an additional 5 feet or 2 panel widths to further conceal the visibility from the public right of way. At their meeting of August 2nd, 2023, the commission reviewed both options and agreed with the staff that less visible proposal on the downtown side of the roof would be the preferable solution. They voted unanimously to approve that option. The homeowner, Rob Schaefer, is now appealing the commission's approval of option 2 and would like to keep the solar panels as installed, stating that option 2 would represent a reduction in solar panel production. It is unfortunate that Solar Alternatives installed solar panels without first obtaining approvals from the HDLC. 1221 Carondelet Street is a significant rated designated landmark. The current solar panels are highly visible and negatively impact the character of the historic structure. The relocation of the solar panels to the opposite roof slope is a win-win solution, as it allows for the installation of solar panels while preserving the architectural integrity of the landmark structure.
Thank you, Eleanor. I'm going to approve the appeal of option 2 and instead allow for the owner to retain the solar panels subject to the option 1 requirements. But I cannot grant a waiver of the 10-foot setback, as this would undermine the goal of concealing visibility from the right of way. The amendment clarifies that both the option 1 permission and the denial of the setback waiver request. Are there any online comments? All right, I'm going to go ahead and move. Seconded by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas, thank you. 6 yeas.
On top of page 19, we have a legislative grouping, HDLC appeal of Annie G. McBride Stone Pigment, requesting to appeal the Historic District Landmarks Commission's decision of denial of an application for demolition for property located at 3012 through 14 Lower Line Street. We have motion M23-417 by Councilmember Harris, overruling and granted the applicant's request for the property located at 3012 through 14 Lower Line Street and authorizing the Department of Safety and Permits to issue a demolition permit for said property.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Eleanor, I know you have the support for this item, but item 8 and 9 are also related. Do you want to just kind of summarize the report for all of these?
Yes. 3012-14 lower line, 3016-18 lower line, and 7716-18 Colapisa Street are 3 contributing rated structures located in the Carrollton partial control demolition only local historic district. The applicant, on behalf of St. Mary's Dominican High School, would like to demolish the above referenced properties in order to construct additional secure parking for the school. The 3 structures are in various states of disrepair, but could all be easily rehabilitated and put back into commerce as much needed affordable housing. At their meeting of August 2nd, 2023, the commission denied all 3 applications for demolition.
Okay, I have several comment cards. Annie McBride, followed by Lauren Rocha. And just a reminder, state your name and address for the record, who you represent, and you got 2 minutes.
Annie McBride, Stone Pigman Law Firm. Address is 909 Poydras Street, Suite 3150, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70112. My firm represents Arbach Properties, Inc., the applicant here, in connection with demolition of the structures in question, and appreciate the council's time today to consider our appeal. I'll keep my remarks brief because I know you've got the material that we submitted to the HDLC. And the property condition reports that we provided to HDLC really speak for themselves and support approval of demolition in this case. I'll just briefly summarize. The applicant wholly understands the importance of preserving the character of the Carrollton Historic District and has done just that in several instances. And we provided some examples of restored homes in the neighborhood that Dominican has done. We've seriously considered our options here and have expended significant resources hiring architects and engineers to study these properties. And simply put, these structures are in very poor condition due to improper renovations by previous owners, damage by copper thieves, extensive termite and water damage. And given the level of deterioration and the requirements for flood and storm resiliency that are required by code, the applicant, along with its architects and engineers, has determined that it would be infeasible to attempt to restore these properties. Furthermore, there is little, if any, historic significance remaining with these properties. Any remaining historic materials are no longer serviceable or would need to be removed or drastically altered to restore the buildings to a code compliant condition. So in short, the buildings are no longer contributing to the district. And for these reasons, we respectfully request that the council overrule the HDLC's conclusions and approve our demolition applications. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. Lauren Rocha, followed by Harold Bank.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lauren Rocha. My address is 4919 Chestnut Street in New Orleans. I am not representing anyone but myself. I'm not being paid to make these comments. And I just want to briefly say I support this proposal, agenda items 7, 8, and 9. I think that Dominican has been a very good neighbor in resident of the neighborhood. I think actually demolition of the buildings will benefit the neighbors in their alleviating tremendous parking issues, et cetera. I want to keep it brief. I want to say exactly the same thing for the reasons that Ms. McBride said as well. So I respectfully request that you approve these motions and approve the demolition.
Thank you. Harold Bauer. Sorry, I can't read your handwriting.
Sorry about that. Harold Bauer, for the record, 164 Drolla Park in River Ridge. Not paid to speak for any comments today. This is for agenda items 7, 8, and 9. Little different spin here. I'm born in New Orleans East, grew up in Kenilworth area, worked in the East and downtown throughout high school, a local civil engineer, work in the city. Currently have 2 girls at Dominican and in my 2-year term as the Dad's Club president. Our job is to be good citizens of our city, as well as lead as role models for our kids. So we devote a tremendous effort to our kids in their school by way of our energy and our free time, as do you. So this project will continue to improve the quality of the school community and most importantly, the safety for our kids. But now I have a driver who's a junior, so she parks in that lot. Additional parking would be phenomenal considering a lot of the girls do park on the street at this time. So as y'all are sit here before us, you're also able to share in some of the same energy and continued improvement for our next generation that are currently growing up. I appreciate your time today and hope that you can share in the energy and excitement that we have for this project by voting in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Joseph Ricca, followed by Kelly Wells Ponder.
Good afternoon, Joseph Ricca, 610 English Turton Drive, New Orleans. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the HDLC for their efforts in protecting our city. I've been far too many times in our recent history where zealous developers have come to change the fabric and complexion of our city, all in the name of profit. I'm proud to say that this is not one of those moments. St. Mary's Dominican has been a proud and vital part of our city since 1860. She has shown a desire to be a good citizen, and through charitable works, driving community campaigns and efforts, and by managing and providing housing stock at below market levels. Dominican's plan before you today continues those efforts, tradition, and is a welcome addition to the neighborhood. While this plan would remove housing stock owned by Dominican, would also provide water retention. We will greatly benefit the community as a whole. We can all point to several instances where our city has seen a deluge of water, and a project like this, keeping the community in mind, will help mitigate what we know will ultimately happen again. Additionally, the plan will provide additional lighting and be a marker for continued community improvement and neighborhood pride. Coupled with the street construction and repairs, this project will be a beautification marker to spur additional progress. This project is wholly supported by Dominican and its neighbors, and my hope is that this council will join its constituents by voting to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Wells Ponder, followed by Todd, and I can't read your last name, Todd. Higgins.
Kelly Wells Ponder, 544 Posey Avenue, Harahan, in New Orleans, supporting Dominican parent, high school parent. I'm not getting paid for this here on my own account, supporting agenda items 7, 8, and 9. I'll briefly speak as well, but if you've driven by Dominican at any time, but especially during drop off or pickup, you can see the congestion in the area. I think as a parent, you are constantly jockeying and trying to not to park in front of people's and the neighbors' park driveways, but I'd always feel very bad for them as they're trying to get in and out and maneuver around the congestion in the area. So this parking lot would help alleviate the traffic congestion. And another thing with the flooding issues and draining, as you can see from the proposal, that the water detention and the way they are doing this proposal, it will help with the drainage in the area or in the flooding in the street. So I would ask you to approve Dominican's demolition.
Thank you, Mr. Higgins.
Good morning. My name is Todd Higgins. I have a daughter attending St. Mary's Dominican High School, and I too am in support of the demolition of these properties so that the girls would have extended parking, what they desperately need, because many of them are parking a block away and have to walk to school and pass by these unsafe houses. So we hope that we can get the council support on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jerusa.
Yeah, I just want to disclose before voting on items 7, 8, and 9, that my daughter goes to Dominican, but they are getting my money. I'm not getting anything in return for this. And B, Marta did have to check out the orthodontist yesterday. So if Dominican needs to know, that was an authorized appointment. All right. So thank you, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Councilmember Jerusa. Anita, are there any online comments for this item 8 or 9? Okay. With that,
Please.
oh, I don't have a card. Well, come on up.
So it seems the Republicans got a bad habit of talking against kids and also against churches. So my local church, which is not this particular church, has expanded its footprint to include a parking lot, to include a sanctuary, to include an education building, to include a community center. And in the process, the Sanborn maps inform us that they've wiped out 66 units of housing. And they haven't replaced any of them. So churches grow, they live over multiple hundreds of years, and one sees 3 houses here, this decade, and maybe a house the next decade, and 100 years goes by, and the fabric of the city is different. And so the local elementary school where I am does not function as an elementary school anymore. It's become administrative offices for the public school system because of no children. Okay, and the reason there's no children locally is there's no housing locally, right? So I don't know these good people at Dominican. I'm sure they're wonderful, but reducing housing stock is really not what the city should be doing. The city should be modeling, first of all, in Spanish Plaza and elsewhere, that housing can be included. A restaurant can have a second story in which there's an apartment. A school can have a third story or a fifth story in which, say, faculty live for a year. It's possible that a school could become a 24 hours, 7 days a week center that doesn't need this giant drop off and pick up and carry away so that the buildings are all empty at night. We need to become multi-use in our buildings. We've been so rich in land and so rich in buildings that we can close up buildings and leave them empty, but we have come to a bad habit where things like Plaza Tower can be empty for 2 decades and nobody really truly is going to riot about it. So when you have homeless people that need to be cleaned up because the Super Bowl is coming, understand that part of the problem is here today. We are reducing housing stock. Part of the problem is in my emails to you about nunneries being sold for $8 by the Presbyterian Church. I misspoke, $8,000, I apologize. Functional, roofs, sewer systems, electric, sold to a restaurateur in Baton Rouge for $8,000, boarded up, not used since 2019, and it stopped being a nunnery in 2013. So we need to start taking our housing stock for our least of us more seriously, because while we all feel good and we're happy that the children will be happy, one old man's not happy.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. All right, I'm going to go ahead and move to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember King. Please vote your machines. 7 yeas. Thank you.
On page 20, legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of Annie G. McBride Stone Pigman. This is a request to appeal the HDLC decision of denial of application demolition for property located at 3016 through 18 Lower Line Street. We have motion M23-418 by Councilmember Harris, overruling and granting the applicant's request for the property located at 3016 through 18 Lower Line Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is related to agenda item number 7. I'm going to go ahead and move. Oh, do y'all want to speak again? Okay, I assume that you're all the same. Okay. And the comments for number 7 are the same, I assume, for agenda item number 8. I'll move. Seconded by Councilmember King. 7 yeas. Thank you.
On top of page 21.
I would think so. Double check.
We have the legislative grouping, the HDLC appeal of Annie G. McBride Stone Pigman, requesting to appeal HDLC Commission's decision of denial for 7716 through 18 Colapissa Street. We have motion M23-419 by Councilmember Harris, overruling and granting the applicant's request for the property located at 7716 through 7718 Colapissa Street, and authorizing the Department of Safety and Permits to issue a demolition permit for said property.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This again is related to items number 7 and 8. I'm going to go ahead and move. Seconded by Councilmember King. I assume y'all don't want to speak on this. Okay. 7 yeas. Thank y'all.
Councilmember, are we ready to go in executive session? Okay, we have to go to page 12. We have pursuant to Louisiana Revised Statute 4216 and 4217A2, the Council of the City of New Orleans may convene an executive session during its September 7th, 2023 regular meeting for the purpose of discussing the following prospective and current litigation. Samantha Hagnell Stark, White Spiral Renter Concierge LLC, Russell Frank, Samantha and Bob McRaney, and Jimmy Taylor versus the City of New Orleans. Action number 19 CV 13773, consolidated with Kurt Klebe versus the City of New Orleans. Civil action number 222991, United States District Court for the Eastern District of Louisiana, Judge Ivan L.R. Lemieux. Voice of the Experience versus Honorable Latoya Cantrell in her official capacity. Case number 23-10324, Civil District Court for the Parish of Orleans, Judge Kern Reese. Council members, we need to vote to go into executive session.
It's been moved by Councilmember Green. I seconded. All in favor? It's gonna be 6 once Councilmember Morrell makes it to his desk. 6 yeas, no nays.
Take that.
We have fun. All right, I will entertain a motion to come out of executive session, moved by Councilman Moreno, second by Councilman Green. All in favor, please vote. Aye. 5 yeas, no nays. We have exited executive session. We have several individuals who'd like to speak on one of the items from executive session. I will go in the order which presented. First, I have Mr. Bruce Riley. Norris, why don't you come up while Bruce is getting ready? Like, oh, all right, Bruce is coming up. All right, Bruce.
Sorry about that. Bruce Riley, for Vote. Appreciate you guys talking about our lawsuit, Vote versus Cantrell. Our biggest issue here, as you all know, is around the process for budgeting and building a large construction project, such as a $110 million mental health jail. So we feel like there is a federal order by a judge, which brings into question how much authority an unelected judge has over our city. We don't believe that judge has the authority to bypass the home rule charter, which requires us to have the money in place before putting out a bid, which you have other things on the agenda today, which do such things. That wasn't done. It requires you to get a zoning permit, which you have things on the agenda today, which do such things. That actually died, as some of you are aware, a few years ago. And reappropriations, which are on your agenda, need to be done through a hearing as well. So we've heard from Mayor Cantrell's people that the city has reappropriated some funds to add in with the FEMA money, which still doesn't add up to what they expect this project to cost. So clearly, the city seems to be violating the home rule charter, and we expect people to stand up for us and say that is a no-go. We don't think that an unelected person down on Camp Street or anywhere else should be able to tell us what to do with our money. These are public funds, and we expect the city to act appropriately. And just to say, this is the largest investment in mental health the city has probably ever seen, $110 million. And to put that towards glass cages for a few people awaiting trial is probably the least effective way we could spend that money if we wanted to address mental health in New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Norris Henderson. Mr. Henderson, you want to speak? And after Mr. Henderson, we have Mr. Bacchus.
Good afternoon, and I'm not gonna belabor the point. I think Bruce kind of like touched on everything. One of the things that we've been reading kind of like in the media around why the council is not going to kind of like push back at the federal judge, primarily because we're worried about the fine. I don't believe the fine is going to equate to $32 million. Whatever fine it is, it won't equate to $32 million. But I think Bruce laid it out. There's a process that's supposed to happen with the council about appropriating money. And I think the mayor went outside of that arena to kind of like just, rob Peter to pay Paul. And I think our day in court is actually in front of this council to give the community an opportunity to dictate how our money should be spent. And I keep putting emphasis on our money because that's who money it is, it's our money. And I don't think the council just should willy-nilly allow the mayor just to take $32 million and do what she wants with it. Because what happens if we get another large sum of money and she decides to do something else with it? This is going to be a precedent-setting event. And if we allow this to happen, the next person who takes that office on the second floor can say, well, this would happen under the last administration. And I don't think that needs to happen. We need to be a little more mindful about the power that we're relinquishing. Because anytime we can complain about somebody moving from coach to first class, I can pay for that out of my pocket. I would appreciate if y'all representing me going somewhere. No, you need to be in first class. I can appreciate that. But for somebody just to kind of like willy-nilly take $32 million away from things that y'all have already appropriated without giving y'all the say about, is it fair and just? And it's not about who's right, it's about what's right. And I think what she did isn't right. And I think the council should, as representatives of the people of this city, should step up and kind of like push back at this on our behalf. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bacchus? Okay. Next up, we have, let's see, Mr. Amos. Okay. Mr. Hinkle? Okay. Well, appreciate y'all being here today. Thank you for your testimony. We can go back to the regular agenda when you're ready, Madam Clerk.
We're on page 22, a legislative grouping. The University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District Appeal of Natasha Wells, requesting to appeal the parking requirements of the University Area Off-Street Parking Interim Zoning District for property located at 3037 through 3039 Eagle Street. We have motion M23-410 by Councilmember Jeruso approving the applicant's appeal request for property located at 3037 through 3039 Eagle Street.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to move to approve. This empty lot is the result of a subdivision of one larger lot earlier this year. New construction double shotgun will contain 3 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms in each unit. It is designed to mimic the other shotguns in the neighborhood. There will also be 2 off-street parking spaces provided. I would note for those who have challenged the overlay and the IZD that parking has not prohibited the building of something right in the heart of Holly Grove. Moreover, the developer has agreed to a deed restriction prohibiting short-term rentals. So I've moved for approval of the M23-410, seconded by Councilmember Harris. 6 yeas, no nays.
We're now on top of page 23, all matters. 4127 Fountain Blue Drive has been deferred to September 21st. 4139 Chapatula Street has been deferred to September 21st. On top of page 24, legislative group in all matters, zoning docket 3723 has been deferred to September 1st. Motion line over M23-389 has been deferred to September 21st. On top of page 25, zoning docket 4523 has been deferred to September 21st. On page 26, all matters, legislative grouping, zoning docket 5223 has been deferred to September 21st. Motion line over M23-382 has been deferred to September 21st. On top of page 27, all matters, the legislative grouping, zoning docket 5723 has been deferred to September 21st. Motion 23-420 has been deferred to September 21st. On top of page 28, a legislative grouping, zoning docket 5923, J.C. Romick Investments LLC, requesting a conditional use to permit the expansion of the floor area of an established multifamily dwelling in a HURD2 historic urban 2-family residential district located on square 46 lot A in the 7th municipal district bounded by Adams Street, Benjamin Street, Dominican Street, and Hillary Street. Municipal address 301 Adams Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 4 provisos. We have motion M23-411 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting and approving the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket number 5923, subject to 4 provisos contained in the City Planning Commission's report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Kroll.
Thank you, Council Member. This is a application affecting a property at the intersection of Adams and Benjamin Street in Carrollton. It's a non-conforming 3-plex within the zoning district that generally allows only singles and doubles. In general, non-conformities can't be expanded, but for multifamily, there is an ability to do so through the conditional use process, and this application takes advantage of it. As I stated, it's a 3-plex. The proposal is simply to increase the floor area of the structure by adding a small rear addition and expanding upward into the attic for a partial 2nd floor. None of that intensifies the use at all, and really just provides a little bit more living space for the occupants. There was no opposition at the Planning Commission hearing, and so the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Thank you, Mr. Kroll. As he said, this is a conditional use that simply expands an established multifamily dwelling. The property contains 3 units, 2 bedrooms each. There is space in the rear yard for parking, and also the developers, I want to note, are maintaining the live oak in the back. Developer also plans to rebuild the historic wraparound awning from the 1930s. We haven't received any opposition to this request, and as Mr. Kroll noted, this is putting a multi-established home back into commerce, so thereby creating more housing. Owners have agreed to long-term rent and also to prohibit STRs. So I move to approve M 23411 as stated herein. Thank you, Councilmember Green, for seconding. Six yeas, no nays.
We're now on top of page 29. We have a legislative group and zoning docket 6023, Jesse Lamarca, requesting a zoning change from an HURD2 historic urban 2-family residential district to an HUB1 historic urban neighborhood business district located on square 538, lot A1 or 1A in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Poland Avenue, Yurko Street, Kentucky Street, and North Villere Street. Municipal addresses 1301 through 1303 Poland Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for modified approval. We have motion M 23413 by Councilmember Green, approving the applicant's zoning change request on zoning docket number 6023, subject to the modification of the City Planning Commission's report.
I am pleased that the issue of Low Point Coffee Shop is on the agenda today because it involves an investment by people who have worked there for a while and are very cognizant of and conscious of the need to be good neighbors, and they have been in our community. I'm going to ask Mr. Kroll if you'll comment on the City Planning Commission's recommendation. I have 2 comment cards, and then I'll close out with comments before asking council members for your vote.
Sure. So this is a zoning change application affecting 1301 Poland Avenue. It's a mixed-use building with a ground floor commercial space that, as you mentioned, is occupied by Low Point. And Low Point seeks to expand into more of a full-service restaurant, which is not permitted under the current residential zoning, and thus prompts the zoning change application. Really, all this zoning does is reconcile the property's commercial zoning with its current commercial use, and the commission is generally in favor for that reason. We do recommend that the zoning be changed to HUB1A, which is really designed specifically for these sorts of commercial properties. And so the modified approval, that's the modification. But there was a lot of comment in support of this zoning change at the Planning Commission's public hearing. One speaker spoke in opposition. And given both the staff recommendation and the public comment in support, the Planning Commission is recommending approval.
Thank you. I appreciate the work of the Planning Commission. Before I make my comments, I'll ask Mr. Jesse Lamarca to come forward, and then next will be Michaela Grantham. Jesse Lamarca. Mr. Lamarca is the building owner, 1301 Poland Avenue.
Hello, good afternoon. I just wanted to briefly say that I own the building. I live upstairs at 1301 Poland Avenue. And I just wanted to say that the intention here is longevity. My wife and I previously owned a cafe, and it didn't make it through the pandemic. And, you know, it's tough out there. Profit margins are slim. And the intention here is just longevity and for this business to succeed and be around for years to come in the long term. And I feel like the zoning change would help with that a lot. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Michaela Grantham.
Hi, my name is Michaela Grantham. I am one of the 3 owners of Low Point, which is located in the old Solo Espresso space where I was also an employee for many years, as was one of my business partners. We serve coffee and bake all of our own pastries. And this past spring, we also started serving sandwiches, which was really important to us in our surrounding community, as there aren't really many food options for affordable, healthy meals on our side of Poland. And also most recently, we started a little bookshop in the cafe. So we have over 100 different unique titles published by various small independent presses. And we're also starting a children's section there too. And I can't, it's such a dream to be able to give coffee to people and also talk to them about books. And since we're off the beaten path, we mostly have all neighborhood people that come to our cafe. So we know everybody pretty well. Previously, we were zoned light industrial up until 2015, when we were rezoned to historic urban 2-family residential, and we're requesting a zoning change so that we can match the current use of our space. We would just like to extend our hours from closing at 3 p.m. to closing at 7 p.m. and also serve beer and wine with some of our snacks. And so while we can already do most of what we're doing now with our zoning change, we can't serve beer and wine, which is why we are requesting the zoning change. And being able to serve beer and wine in the evening would truly afford us the opportunity to grow our small business in a way that suits us and the neighborhood. And as someone who has lived and worked within 5 minutes of Low Point for over 10 years, I can assure you that being a good neighbor and a thoughtful member of the community is something I take really seriously. And if we're granted the zoning change, we will remain committed to working with our neighborhood and our community by continuing to offer a warm space for everyone to gather at. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grantham. It's great to see an employee want to continue the business by investing in it. Thank you very much. And just for the members of the public, just to summarize, the coffee shop was formerly Solo Espresso, which is in operation for nearly a decade. You heard that it didn't necessarily go through COVID, but it's coming back. Low Point is owned by former employees and regulars of Solo Espresso. The neighborhood coffee shop wants to sell beer and wine during the afternoon and early evenings. And if I get the members of the council to vote in favor of that, I think that that is a great addition to the resources and assets available at that location at 1301 Poland Avenue. So at this time, I move for, are there any online comments? I move for approval of motion M23-413, which would grant the zoning change as requested. It's been properly moved and then seconded by Councilmember King. Members of the council, please vote your machines. We have 6 yeas and no nays, and congratulations and thank you, Ms. Grantham and employees for investing in Low Point.
We're now on top of page 30. A legislative group and zoning docket 6123 TMF Hotel Properties LLC. Requesting a conditional use to permit a large child care center in an HURD2 historic urban 2-family residential district located on square 115, lots 4R17 and 14R16 in the first municipal district, bounded by Terpsichore Street, Annunciation Street, Constant Street, and Malcolmine Street. Municipal address is 917 Terpsichore Street. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval, subject to 15 provisos. We have motion M23-421 by Councilmember Harris, granting and approving the applicant's conditional use request on zoning docket number 6123, subject to 15 provisos set forth by the City Planning Commission's report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Stephen, can you brief us on CPC report?
Yes, thank you, council member. This is a zoning application that relates to the expansion of Early Partners Child Care Center, which recently opened on Annunciation at its corner with Terpsichore. And this is to expand the campus to add an additional building along Terpsichore to really provide additional space for infants to be cared for. The building would be used to, for a population of 12 infants and would also be would allow for art studio space. This supports really a valuable asset to the neighborhood and to the community at large. No opposition expressed to the Planning Commission. And so given really the good purpose of the tenant and the lack of opposition, the Planning Commission recommends approval.
Thank you, Stephen. Any comments from the dais? Rebecca?
Good afternoon, Rebecca Geiger, 800 Brown Street. I just want to say we're really excited to be back before you guys on this one. As Stephen said, we secured the approval last year for the 1377 Annunciation Street site. And the only reason we're back is because they had a successful first school year and are excited to expand into the building behind them. I'm here for any questions, but as Stephen said, it's simply an expansion to allow into the building behind them. And we ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. There's one online comment.
Yes, this is from Kim Frashante with Early Partners. She says, first, thank you all for this council, what this council has done to support early childhood education for the children and working families of New Orleans. 90% of the brain is formed before age 5. At Early Partners, we believe that if all children have access to excellent foundational education during this time, their future outcomes will be limitless. You all have championed unprecedented investments in early childhood education. At Early Partners, our teachers are working tirelessly to ensure that this investment pays off for our community long-term. Last year, we matriculated our first class of children to kindergarten, the majority of whom live in low-income households. 40% of children across Louisiana start kindergarten behind. In contrast, 43% of our EP kids going to kindergarten are ahead in cognitive and language development. Our support, your support today will allow Early Partners to serve more kids and families and help more children have this exceptional educational experience. Long-term, we hope that this level of quality will no longer be an exception, but rather an indicator of a norm of excellence in early childhood education in our great city. Thank you again for your support.
Thank you, Anita. Early Partners is an amazing facility, amazing program, and I really support this. I've moved, seconded by Council Member Morrell. 6 shares. Thank y'all.
We're now on page 31, zoning docket 6223 has been deferred to September 21st. On top of page 32, ordinance calendar number 34,017 by Council Member Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 34-1.1 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to require annual reporting to the City Council of the Mayor's Mardi Gras Advisory Council's recommendation and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. There are amendments.
I don't have any.
Let me go grab, let's temporarily pass over and I'll grab my staff.
Okay. We have the legislative grouping ordinance calendar number 34,000. Council member, I think the amendments are for 34,348. We don't have none for 17, it must be 348 talking about. We don't have amendments for it. So council member, the amendments are for 34,348.
All right, thank you for clearing up that confusion. I'll take up 21 at this point then. This simply deals with the annual reporting requirements and the recommendations of the Mardi Gras Advisory Committee. That's what it does. I don't see any comments, any online comments on this. I will move to adopt this ordinance. Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays, it's adopted.
The legislative grouping of ordinance calendar number 34,188 has been continued indefinitely, and I have a statement that I have to read. According to Rule 34, this matter is being continued indefinitely, and the only way it could come back up is if the council member asks that it be placed on the agenda. After today, it would no longer appear on the agenda. And this statement is also going forth for ordinance calendar number 34,322. It has also been continued indefinitely. On top of page 33, Ordinance calendar number 34,198 has been deferred to the second meeting in January. Ordinance calendar number 34,277 is deferred to September 21. On top of page 34, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 34,294 has been deferred to September 21st and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,295 has been deferred to September 21 and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 35.
Mr. White, are those the matters you wanted to speak on, sir? All right, will you come forward and if we don't have a card, we can get one completed for you. And Mr. White, before you speak, this has been publicly discussed and in the press lately. I just want you to know that the budget of the operating for the law department has now been escrowed in its entirety. Hang on, but not a penny of the personnel budget. And the instruction to the law department is it should not slow down your contract work, your litigation work, or your settlement negotiating. So in other words, people are there to do the work and the money is available and the council will allocate the money as the work is happening. But because of issues that are ongoing, I just want you to know that's what's happening right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I didn't understand that was happening right now.
I just want you to know from the outset, and by your expression, I wanted to disabuse you of anything stopping with negotiations or settlements.
I'll follow you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Again, my name is George White and my company is Municipal Administrative Services. And apologize for the many emails that you may be receiving from me. I guess as a judgment holder, I don't have a sense that there's truly an advocate that really speaks to what's happening with judgments. And so the tidbits of information that I send you periodically is just the result of research and information that we found in focusing on this issue. I have a lot of respect for you on the council. Being here today and seeing the business that you take care of, I understand that you have busy plates and a lot of other things to deal with and deal with judgments. The one reason why I came and I wanted to speak today is to voice my support for the $3.3 million that was approved by the Budget Committee. As you know, the City Council approved $9 million last year, $2 million in the judgment fund, and $7 million in one-time funds. And last week, I wasn't sure if I was going to come just because I knew the Budget Committee had already approved it, and I'm hoping that the full council will approve it as well. But I wanted to bring to your attention the context of the $3.3 million. In 2022, at the beginning of the year, the law department had $4,448,000 to pay judgments. Just think about that. What was spent was $1,105,000. That's not because the judgment holders did not want to get paid. Okay. I don't know why the money wasn't spent, but that money that was appropriated was for the purpose of paying the judgment list. And so the importance of those funds being brought forward is really to make right what did not happen in 2022. The other thing, excuse me, that I wanted to bring to your attention as far as the $7 million that this council, and I'm thankful that you did appropriate those funds. When we reviewed how the money was spent, we found that $1 million was paid toward a federal judgment of those funds. And not that I have any problem with the city paying federal judgments, they need to be paid as well. But it always been my understanding when the $7 million was appropriated, that it was to pay down the judgment list that at that time was about $38 million in judgments. And so
I just want to bring it to your attention. So if you remember, the law department is endeavoring to pay down all the judgments in 2017 in order to go back to start paying the judgments dating back to 1996. And thus that if even $1 million that was earmarked for the judgment list is taken away to pay federal judgments, it slows that progress that I think that the city is trying to make. I attended the budget committee meeting on June 29th. And at that time, when Councilmember Green, you asked about federal judgments and where do they go and how are they paid? And CEO Montano said federal judgments are paid when they're incurred within 60 days or so. And that the city administration would come to you, the city council, if funds were required for federal judgments. And so I don't know if the council has agreed to take $1 million from the $7 million that I think was earmarked for the judgment list, but I wanted to bring that to your attention as you're considering this issue. And then just finally, you know, paying judgments is just like paying your bills. Even though maybe here in New Orleans, judgments are considered something else. But I was a vendor for the city for 6 years before I'm entangled with lawsuits. Happily serving the city, successfully serving the city under my contract. I did not know about a judgment list, nor all the things that go with it. You may have other vendors in the city that are concerned about what happens if the city doesn't pay my bills. And the rude reality is the only recourse that a vendor has is maybe litigation to collect what they're due. But the reality that they also may have to struggle with is being 20 years on a judgment list as I and my company currently find myself. And I think that as you know, I heard about the kids this summer not getting paid. That was just really hard to fathom. I think that when you think about judgments, paying vendors, just taking care of the business of the city, they're connected. And it's the reputation of the city of New Orleans that is hurt when things like that happen. And I know that I have a lot of respect for you on this city council for the things that you're doing. And I hope that you would continue to be committed to focusing as you have a lot of other things to do, but making sure that the judgments stay a part of the agenda to pay those things out as soon as you can.
Mr. White, thank you. I would note just two things to your comments. One, item number 46 with Councilmember Moreno, Morale, and myself is mandating the finance department to report on the vendors, because you're right, that's a problem if people aren't being paid timely. And then number two, the other thing we did when we escrowed the money is the law department needs to provide us a monthly report on what it's doing or what its plans are. So the point you've raised about order, federal judgments, what's happening,
yes,
things that have costs that have been incurred before the escrow, all of that should be detailed. So that I think is our hedge as to finding what's going on. So we're trying to track you, sir. What I suspect will happen on these two is either one of two things. Either the law department will come to us with a plan and then we'll release the money and everything will be consolidated. So instead of the $9 million for judgments, you'll have $12 million.
Okay.
Or we'll amend it to add it to the escrow. So you still have the $12 million and then it's subject to just the planning process as I just laid out for you.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you so much.
And just one final footnote, I'd like to bring this to your attention. Right now, there are 500 judgments on the judgment list. That's down from quite a few earlier this year. And also the judgment list is at $30 million right now. It was at $38 million last year this time. So there is some progress being made, but as you can tell, there's quite a bit yet to go. Thank you.
We're on page 35. Ordinance calendar number 34,305 has been deferred to September 21st, and this matter is not being referred to the Budget Committee. On page 36, legislative group in all matters, ordinance calendar number 34,308 has been deferred to September 21st, as well as the amendment to 34,308 being deferred to September 21st.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, sir.
may I make a comment, Mr. President? I just want to address something that is a tremendous source of misinformation relative to this legislation. One is simply being deferred because I am working with and in communications with the Office of Homeless Services to work out a plan where there can be more organized distribution of food. But to those who say that this legislation was an attempt to deny people who are good-hearted the ability to feed people, you are absolutely positively wrong. And you're irresponsible for suggesting that because there's nothing in that legislation that says that. For those who have said that we should just rely on current laws relative to dumping, current law calls for an immediate imposition of a fine or potential imprisonment. And that deals with issues such as dumping of garbage under the interstates that we've seen and dumping of metals and collected items and things like that. The ordinance that has been proposed here would give a warning, which is sometimes necessary. Maybe the word warning is a little bit frightening to some, but at the end of the day, it is less severe than the existence of the legislation right now, which calls for immediate issuance of citations when dumping takes place. We have seen dumping actually of food curtailed a bit recently. I go around and I see it all the time. I think part of the reason is for the discussion that we've had. But when you drive by a particular community and you see boxes of open food, open dressing, bread in 100-degree weather, to anyone who tries to defend that, you're absolutely positively wrong. And I just want to make it clear that no one on this council would support, and I would never introduce anything that would stop anyone who wanted to feed someone who was unhoused and wanted to do it in the right way to stop. I would never do anything to stop that. So I would hope that the misinformation would stop, and I look forward to addressing this prohibition on food dumping after further conversations. It's going to be coming back up, but misinformation is not good. And I will say this, the last thing I will say, I wish there were an organized process of feeding those who are unhoused, a daily process where people who eat 2 meals a day for 7 days would get the nourishment that they need. Too many people think that going out and giving the extra food that you have left over from a banquet and putting it out on a table is a good idea. It's not. The health department has said that it's not. So I just look forward to working with the council and members of the community who are truly interested in feeding those who are unhoused and those who are in need, for getting the nourishment that they need in a way that doesn't create rat and rodent infestations or promote illness due to foodborne problems. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 37. Ordinance calendar number 34,314 has been deferred to September 21st. On page 38, a legislative grouping, we have ordinance calendar number 34,348 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 34-2, 34-3, 34-4, 34-6, 34-8, 34-14, 34-28, 34-48, 34-49, and 34-50 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide relative to the regulation of Mardi Gras parades and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and there are several amendments. The first amendment
is withdrawn.
The second amendment is an amendment by Councilmember Moreno. On page 13, line 280, after the word organization, insert the following. Elements may throw bees if the design have been individually pre-approved and documented by the permitted carnival organization. That is the amendment.
right, thank you, Madam Clerk. This just allows for the elements of a crew, which of course are like the marching bands, the walking groups, things like that, to be able to have their own beads if they are approved by the carnival organization. Make a motion to adopt the amendment. Seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. 6 yeas, no nays.
The next amendment is by Councilmember Morrell. On page 5, line 97, delete Legion of Mars and insert in lieu thereof Pontchartrain. Number 2, on page 5, line 98, delete Pontchartrain and insert in lieu thereof Legion of Mars. Number 3, on page 8, line 161, delete G and insert in lieu thereof F. Number 4, on page 8, line 161, at the end of the sentence before the period, add, except when a parade is scheduled per section 34-5. Number 5, on page 13, line 280, after organization, add the following. This subsection shall be effective beginning January 1st, 2025. This amendment is to correct parade order, provide for the issuance of more than 3 parade permits each night. If in accordance with City Code Section 34-5, a parade is rescheduled at the discretion of the mayor because of inclement weather, limit the total number of not only marching bands, but also military bands, dance clubs, walking clubs, riding clubs, or dance troops that may participate in a parade, and to provide a latter effective date for restrictions on beads and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That is the amendment.
Thank you. So just in plain English, the order amendment simply places Legion of Mars behind Pontchartrain, which is where they rolled this year and where they seek to roll in future years. There is some cleanup language. The amendment differs from the previous mode that was filed in that we originally looked at adjusting elements and making less restrictions on marching bands based upon our communications with the mayor's Mardi Gras Advisory Committee. It was deemed that it is important to make sure that parades have a sufficient number of marching bands in particular. So that was reverted. And also based upon our committee hearing that we had previously, it delays the effective date for when the bead requirements would change for a year. Additionally, just for the record, in conversations with the mayor's Mardi Gras Advisory Committee, even after the passage of this amendment and the underlying ordinance, there is a willingness on behalf of the mayor's Mardi Gras Advisory Committee to take a more active role in dealing with the issue of bead regulation to make sure that the beads that are thrown by crews are owned by the crews as far as the selection of beads and that they are appropriate. So there will be an ongoing effort with myself to work with the mayor's Mardi Gras Advisory Committee to tighten up that language and to give them that specific authority. Additionally, I have had some conversations with individuals from, we all know which crew that throws toilet paper, and they have assured us that the toilet paper that they throw is biodegradable and dissolves. We will have a joint conversation with the Public Works Committee, we will have a conversation with sanitation and see whether or not sanitation wants to undertake the ability to approve what types of paper products can be thrown. I think that when you look at sanitation and the tremendous work they have to do post Mardi Gras to clean up behind crews, I think that if we're going to put the pressure on them to deal with the paper product issue, they need to have an active role in whether or not that's going to be allowed to happen. So I made a commitment that I would broker conversations with the affected crew and sanitation to see if they could have a pre-approval process. I will publicly say when it comes to toilet paper, I definitely have my own concerns because the challenge is that it is a tremendous amount of cleanup that is borne by sanitation, that sanitation is picking up at a flat rate. And more importantly, it has been shown repeatedly that it does in fact clog This is the most ridiculous conversation ever, but it does clog the collective toilet of the city of New Orleans by going to our drainage basins and making it difficult for stuff to drain properly when we have flood events. But as it was a request, I have said that when it comes to the paper products, I would get sanitation in the room to have that conversation and see if there could be a pre-approval process. So those are two things that are not considered today that will be considered and dealt with my commitment before Mardi Gras season. So that is the current status. I would move for adoption of the amendments today. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Harris. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The amendments are adopted. Do we have any cards on the ordinance itself? Okay. We have no cards, online comments? None. All right. I'll move the adoption of the ordinance as amended. Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. Oh, Councilman Russo, would you like to speak?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for adding the position about the Mylar.
Yes.
I just think,
Exploding transformers are bad.
yeah, well, and also they could arc back to the float too, as apparently happened in southern Louisiana, so.
Oh yeah, I remember that fire. Thank you. 6 yeas, no nays. The ordinance is adopted as amended.
We're now on page 39. We have motion line over M 375 by Councilmember Morrell, establishing an advisory committee, Carnival Legislative Advisory Committee, to provide recommendations concerning legislative changes for the improvement of the Carnival parade season. We have several amendments. Amendment number 1 to motion M 375 by Councilmember Morrell. In the second, number 11, in the second moving paragraph, line 3, delete the word fourth and insert in lieu thereof second.
The amendment is self-explanatory. I'll move for adoption. Seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. That amendment is adopted.
The second amendment is an amendment by Councilmember Moreno. Number 1, on page 2, in the first be it further moved paragraph, delete subsection 1E in its entirety and insert in lieu thereof E, a member from the community at large selected by the chair of the City Council's Governmental Affairs Committee. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
It was.
I know. Fine.
Thank you. The original way that this was written, it gave the council president the selection of the at-large member for this particular advisory committee. I think that the Governmental Affairs Committee working together is better poised to choose that particular member. So I've just made that particular amendment so that the committee can weigh in and make that particular appointment. So I'll move adoption of the amendment. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. 6 yeas, no nays.
All right. There's no amendment?
That's it. We had 2.
Okay, I'll move to adopt as amended. Second by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. It is adopted. 6 yeas, no nays. Adopted.
We're now on top of page 40. We have ordinance calendar number 34,359 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Lakefront Management Authority for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of emergency medical and fire services at the New Orleans Lakefront Airport in the city of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Members of the council, this pretty much speaks for itself, but EMS does provide emergency services in conjunction with the Lakefront Management Authority, which manages the Lakefront Airport. And this is just a continuation of that agreement. This is an entering into that agreement. and it's multi-year, which is why it comes before the council. I've moved. May I entertain a second? Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Members, please vote your machine. And with that, ordinance number 34-359, the establishment of the cooperative endeavor agreement has been confirmed. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,361 by council members Jeruso, Green, Harris, Burrell, Thomas, Moreno, and King. An ordinance to amend section 2-812 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to require ordinances which amend or repeal sections of the code to show using underlines and strike throughs how the amendment alters the text of the code and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
All right, Mr. Burnside, I hope you're listening to this one, because what we are doing here, supported by all members of the council, is that any ordinance that amends or repeals any section of code, you have to have a red line. And so it makes it much easier to follow everything that's happening. You can see what's being changed, you can see what's being omitted, and I want to thank all of my colleagues for eagerly supporting. So move, Councilmember Harris, excuse me? That's exactly right. Councilmember Harris.
And this is my favorite by far ordinance of my almost 2-year term here.
Thank you. All right, let's vote our machines. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
We're now on page 41. We have ordinance calendar number 34,364 has been withdrawn. Ordinance calendar number 34,365 is being deferred to September 21. On page 42, we have 34,368 has been deferred to September 21st and referred to the Budget Committee. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 34,369 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the French Market Corporation, for the design and construction of improvements to the French Market flea and farmers market restrooms, and where the specifics of those improvements are more fully set forth in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A and made a part hereof, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We have 2 comment cards. One is in opposition, Mr. Bruce Riley, who's in opposition, and Mr. Burnside. Mr. Burnside.
Hello, Councilman King. Michael Eric Burnside, 2215 Felicity, and I am in favor of public restrooms. Having been homeless for 8 years, I'm in favor of a lot of things that people who have homes may find weird because they do them in the privacy of their own home. But if you don't have a home, you got a problem, and public facilities are always very useful and needed. I'd like to bring to everybody's attention the existence of a website called Public Restroom Index. It's out of England, and it turns out like everything else in the world, we're at the bottom. So the finest city in America as far as public restrooms goes is unsurprisingly Madison, Wisconsin, at 35 public restrooms for 100,000 populace. And here in Louisiana, we're at 1. So the next time you see somebody taking a leak in public and you don't want your daughter looking at it, understand that maybe he's got nowhere else to go.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Any public comments, Mr. Newman? Any public comment? No problem. All right, at this time, I make a motion to adopt. It is seconded by Councilmember Jeruso. 6 yeas and no nays. Motion's adopted. Thank you.
We're now on top of page 43. Ordinance calendar number 34,370 has been withdrawn. Ordinance calendar number 34,371 is being deferred to September 21st and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 44, ordinance calendar number 34,372 has been deferred to September 21st and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,373 has been deferred to September 21st and referred to the Budget Committee. On page 45, all matters, ordinance calendar number 34,374 has been deferred to September 21st and referred to the Budget Committee. Ordinance calendar number 34,375 has been deferred to September 21st and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 46, ordinance calendar number 34,376 has been deferred to September 21st and referred to the Budget Committee. On top of page 47, ordinance calendar number 34,378 by Councilmember Harris by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a second amendment to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the Ernest N. Morial New Orleans Exhibition Hall Authority relative to the public purpose of enhancing the convention center area in order to attract tourists to the city, promote community and economic development, and create new opportunities and amenities for residents, to modify the provisions thereof as more fully set forth in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit 1, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This CEA amends the original CEA between the Convention Center and the city in order to make traffic improvements to areas adjacent to the Convention Center and the River District project that is currently under development. The CEA expands the geography where the city can allocate funds for traffic and traffic-related improvements. This new boundary reintroduces essential right-of-ways such as Chapatulas and now includes the River District Development Area. This amended agreement requires the River District Development Team to complete a Department of Public Works approved traffic study before moving forward with any work under this agreement. The amendment also provides opportunities for the River District Team to continue to work with key stakeholders along the riverfront, and those entities can provide input on the proposed traffic improvement plan. Moving forward with the transportation improvement plan is key to developing the River District project and moving it forward. For those who aren't aware, the River District will be a transformative project that will bring a long dormant site back into commerce with a range of public benefits that will include 400 units of affordable housing, Mr. Burnside, quality jobs, public transit, and transportation improvements, and also new public amenities such as open space and infrastructure. The City Convention Center River District Development Team are committed to continuing to engage all stakeholders, including the Port of New Orleans, Tulane University, and the adjacent community members and others. I have one public comment card from Mr. Burnside. Are there any online comments? No?
Mr. Burnside's not doing his homework. He should read these things before he comes here. I thought we were going to talk about the convention center itself. I wasn't aware we were going to be talking about the River District. First of all, thank you for the 400 affordable housing. It was not necessarily easy to get and spent some time and energy getting it. And I hope that it becomes a model for other developments that use public money in one way or another. So I'm going to step sideways and focus on creating new opportunities and amenities for residents, and just mention in passing that the convention center itself, of course, is closed often and locked up often when it's not being a convention. And there are not a lot of public restrooms here in Louisiana. So at some point in the development of this amenity for the residents, some open public space available 24/7 might be considered in that area. I won't push too hard, but I will point out the obvious that the bathroom that used to be available to the homeless at the Union Passenger Train Station is no longer available to them. So the goal is to shrink the number of bathrooms available to the homeless, not increase them. And maybe we can do something about that someday. Europe certainly can do it. They have it staffed, they have it secure. It is possible with enough money to make a nice public restroom, even in the age of homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I've moved. I need a second. Seconded by Councilmember Green. Six shays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, we have ordinance calendar number 34,379 by council members Moreno, Jeruso, and Morel. An ordinance to amend section 2-551 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to require the Department of Finance to create and present a monthly accounting report of vendors due payment by the City of New Orleans and the status of said payments, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is part of the city council's work to try to figure out what is happening with vendors and those who are doing contract work for the city of New Orleans. And, you know, obviously, even recently, we learned individuals like the kids in the youth program to see, you know, who's getting paid when and how late some potential payments are to some of our vendors or those who are doing contract work with the city. So this allows for monthly accounting of this. I have another legislative item down the road that also deals with the finance department and taking a look at payments as well. But this just deals with monthly reports. Seeing no questions from the dais. Oh, wait, I do have a card. Michael, you want to?
Very important. Specifically the amount of staff. I mean, you're gonna get all these reports and then somebody's got to read them. And the person who reads them hopefully has at least as much intelligence as the people in the Department of Finance, which means they're an accountant or otherwise educated to read finance stuff. And it's not like you guys don't have anything to do yourselves and your staff is like underworked or something. So as you gather these reports, it would behoove the citizenry for them not to just sit on a shelf somewhere and say, behold, we've been reported to. There needs to be change, and the change needs to be data driven, as Councilperson Jeruso likes to advocate for. And so somebody has to interpret the data, of course, and make it all, intelligible to the rest of us. So I will once again argue that you should get the traffic division off the second floor of City Hall. And I will once again argue that you should increase your personal staffs and your communal staff, because the amount of work that you're taking on, as you should, because you are the people's branch and it is your job to take care of the money, nonetheless requires staff to figure out exactly how A is being taken care of and B, how it might be taken care of differently. So I'm up here to beat the drum again. Please increase your staff, even if it's slowly, one staff person a year for the next 5 years so that they can be integrated in, would be understandable. But you put a lot of work out. You know, the city puts a lot of work on the NOLA because it doesn't have the staff. A lot of work goes to the city planning commission because there's nowhere else to send it. So you need to build internal legislative staff, more or less kind of like the equivalent to the legislative auditor, for those of you who have served up in Baton Rouge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. I'd move. Can I get a second? And I want to thank Councilmember Jeruso and his office for his work on this as well. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays.
We're on top of page 48. Motion line over M22-516 has been deferred to the second meeting in January. Resolution line over R23-376 by Councilmember Moreno. A resolution expressing the city council's support and willingness to assist in the addition of victim safeguards for the most severe domestic violence incidents by urging Criminal District Court and the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office to create a system to conduct Gwen's law hearings for all domestic abuse, battery, strangulation cases, and aggravated domestic abuse battery cases involving a firearm.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We had a community development robust meeting on this particular matter. It calls for having contradictory hearings called Gwen's Law hearings for the very most severe cases of domestic violence, which include strangulation cases and in cases that involve aggravated circumstances where there is a firearm utilized as that particular weapon. So that's what this does. I do have Councilmember Green who'd like to make a comment.
Yes, I would just like to emphasize the value of the meeting that we had and the discussion. When I see that Jefferson Parish is doing hundreds and we are doing so few relative to that, I know that there's got to be a little bit more than that. Jefferson Parish takes it much more seriously than us, that we have a breakdown in our system. And also sometimes in our motivation. But I've attended a couple of balloon launches for women who were unfortunately killed by someone who was a domestic partner. And it's just so very frustrating and unfortunate. But then when I learned of statistics such as this, I recognized that there would probably be changes if we address the issues up front with these hearings. So I'm looking forward to hearing from the district attorney and the criminal district court judges how they're going to make this work. Not why it can't work, but how they're going to make it work, including if it takes asking us for whatever is needed to make this work. But those hearings are so important to be able to address the issues that result in much more severe, in terrible consequences later on. So I'd like to join you as a co-author of this, but I also know that I would like to make it clear that when the judges and the district attorney come before us next time, I know Councilmember Moreno is going to ask, I'm going to ask too, what are we doing to make this happen?
That's right. And that's the whole point. Councilmember Green, you said it very well. It's about, how can we all work together to make it happen? And if it's additional resources or staff that we'd like to work with criminal court and also with the district attorney's office to figure out a path. I do have Meg Geary from the public defender's office that would like to speak. Come on up.
Thank you, council member. I am Megan Garvey and I am with the Orleans Public Defender's Office. And I do have some concerns about this resolution. I want to make clear though, I don't believe anybody here is acting in bad faith. I know that this is an issue that has been very close to your heart for many years, Council Member Moreno, but I do have some concerns. First of all, the law of the land, right, is that liberty is the norm and detention is the exception. That's not an OPD aspiration or policy. That's from the United States Supreme Court. And I'm not here to debate the helpfulness overall of Gwen's law, but what I feel the problem here is that I feel that this is sort of a blunt instrument to a very nuanced problem. And I'm not confident that it's going to solve the issues that y'all are concerned about. So for example, when someone is held in custody, and this could be up to a week, especially if somebody is arrested over a holiday or something like that, because Gwen's law does accept out weekends and holidays in that time calculation. During that time period, that person is in jail. And what we know is that jail has a very destabilizing effect for individuals, their families, and the larger communities, right? They can lose their job, which in turn loses their home. A lot of these people are parents. A lot of these people are the sole caretakers of other people in their families. And it's clear that that kind of destabilization is also a risk factor for violence in our community, as it has been for many years. So I am concerned about that. And I'm also concerned about the fact that because we're asking the judges to make sort of a blanket decision rather than sort of separating out wheat from chaff in particular cases and looking at the strength of the evidence and looking at the people involved and what's the best solution for those individual people. I feel like we're ignoring a lot of what we actually see coming through, which is that oftentimes we'll be representing people who are women who have been actually the victims of domestic violence and have repeatedly made calls. And somehow when the police come, tables get turned and they're later the accused person. Some of these people are mothers and they're going to be in jail away from their children, which is a risk factor for family violence. In addition to that, oftentimes—
Garvey, that's your time.
Okay, yes, Judge, yes, sorry, I'm so used to being in court. Yes, council member, I appreciate it and I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think this will solve the issues that you're looking to solve.
Appreciate it, Ms. Garvey. Thank you. All right, seeing no more comments, Councilmember Green would like to be added to the resolution.
Well,
go ahead.
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilmember, but it's such an important issue. This is related to strangulation and domestic violence involving a firearm. If there's an arrest, I know that everybody's innocent until proven guilty, and I hope that the system will allow for timely hearings, but we can't always so often determine that someone who is held is not being held for the right reason. And I think that the numbers of repeat incidents such as those that where I've attended balloon launches suggest that we've got to do something a little bit better here. There's got to be a difference, and we'll get to the bottom of it between here and Jefferson Parish. But I just saw an article in our own newspaper that talked about domestic violence incidents and those numbers increasing in our city. This is a beginning of addressing maybe the hearings part of having a resource that's available that helps to keep our victims safer. So I'm just looking forward to hearing the report and seeing what system can be created that is fair to those who are accused, but also protects those who have been victimized.
Thank you, council member. Any online comments, Anita? Nope. Okay, I've made a motion. If I can get a second, seconded by Councilmember Green. 5 yeas, 6 yeas, no nays.
We're now at the bottom of page 49. We have resolution R 23-396 by council members Moreno and Morel. A resolution and order providing guidance and establishing procedural deadlines with respect to continued efforts to encourage development of electric vehicle charging infrastructure and electric vehicle adoption. Docket UD 1801.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is just the docket that establishes a procedure schedule to work to continue to expand electric vehicles in New Orleans. I'll move to adopt if there are no questions. Seconded by Councilmember Morel. Five yeas, no nays.
On top of page 50, we have motion M 23-403 by council members Moreno, Morel, and Jeruso. A motion directing the Chief Administrative Office, Department of Finance, and Office of Workforce Development to distribute payments owed to youth workers per council motion M 23-384 passed at the August 24th, 2023 council meeting. Further, to avoid potential liability, the council directs said departments proactively pay any potential penalties that could be assessed for wage theft and lost wages.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We had a committee meeting about this as well. This is exploring whether any additional payment is due to the youth who took part in the summer work program. And what I'm talking about additional pay is any potential penalty pay that may be owed to them via any local or state laws. So that's what this does. Any comments, Anita? Go ahead.
Just one online comment from Mary Meising-Gabala. She says, I support this motion. Please pay these young people.
All right, thank you, Anita. I have moved. Can I get a second? Seconded by Councilmember Green. Six yeas, no nays.
We have resolution R 23-404 by council members Moreno, Morel, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. A resolution urging the Louisiana Legislative Auditor to perform a detailed audit and review of the city's accounts payable and vendor payments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We also had a hearing about this recently in the Economic Development Committee. This has to do with having to bring in the legislative auditor to figure out exactly why it's taking so long to get our vendors and our contractors and even our kids paid. This has been a persistent problem for a couple of years that now has continued to just worsen and worsen, and we can't allow it to get much worse. So it's time to figure out like what exactly is going on and work toward solutions. And I've talked to the legislative auditor. He is assembling his team and he's ready to get to the bottom of this and help us find a way to solve these problems as well. Any public comment, Anita? Nope. Okay, I'll make a motion to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Morel. 6 yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, resolution R 23-414 has been withdrawn. We have substitute resolution R 23-414 by Councilmember Morel. A resolution and order establishing further procedural deadlines with respect to evaluating proposed extension to the electric and gas formula rate plans as approved in Resolution R 19-457 and extended in Resolution R 20-213, docket number UD 1807. Council members, we need to suspend the rules to receive this substitute.
I'll move to suspend.
Second.
Seconded by Council President Morrell. 5 yeas, 6 yeas, no nays.
We need to further suspend the rules to add this to the agenda.
Second.
And now you can talk about it.
All right. Essentially, ladies and gentlemen, this allows for 3 additional formula rate plans. It also further establishes a 30-day period for parties to comment on this request and extends the deadline for ENO to file a rate case from September 30th to October 31st. As a substitute resolution. Is there any questions? I see no cards. I'll move. Second by Councilman Moreno. Six yeas, no nays. The substitute resolution is adopted.
We're now on top of page 51.
There you go.
We have at the bottom of the page, Resolution R 23-423 by council members Morrell, Moreno, DeRusso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. A resolution and order authorizing, approving an agreement in principle related to the 2023 electric and gas formula rate plan filings, docket number UD 1807.
Thank you. This filing is the conclusion of the 2023 formula rate plan. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the parties, the advisors, as well as Energy New Orleans and our staff. Electric customers will not see a bill increase at all, and we have reduced the increase significantly for gas customers. That is what it does.
We have a couple of online comments.
Okay, online comments.
This first one is from Jesse George with the Alliance for Affordable Energy. He says today's increase of $1.65 million in electric revenues and $6.9 million in methane revenues for Entergy New Orleans is an insult to struggling New Orleans ratepayers who already endure one of the highest energy burdens in the nation while routinely experiencing poor service with weekly fair weather outages during the hottest months of the year and indeed in human history. When compounded with Energy's pending applications for $179 million in Hurricane Ida costs and 18 in storm hardening costs, New Orleanians might well ask what the council is doing to alleviate their burdens. In the last 2 weeks, the news we have heard from Energy is that they refuse to abide by a twice confirmed order from the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to refund ratepayers hundreds of millions of dollars and have boasted about $2 million donation to the Super Bowl. So we asked, do they really need this rate increase? We are still waiting for the council to permanently end residential disconnections, to implement a citywide arrearage management program, to fix the broken bill dispute process, and to improve our energy efficiency programming, community solar rules, and renewable portfolio standard. While every energy request for a rate increase is seemingly approved, and even if mitigated, efforts to assist ratepayers drag on for months or years. We implore you to act with urgency to address this growing crisis. Tiffany French comments, no, absolutely not. And finally, Bob Morrell comments, no rate increases. Energy New Orleans exceeded allowed profits and continues to pass the buck to ratepayers. We have too many people spending most of their paychecks on housing and utilities. While all the while, this council makes life harder for those that can't afford to be housed. Take a stand against corporate greed. That's it for the online comments.
$5. Thank you. Just before we vote, to clarify, and my colleague Aaron Spears down there to correct, there is no increase for Entergy for energy customers as we are using credits. Am I correct?
Councilmember, in your talking points, you referenced that electric customers would not experience an increase in their bills. That is due to mitigation efforts through bill credits, some of which were referenced in the comment, the
Right.
federal FERC litigation, those results are being passed on to ratepayers as in the form of a credit as a result of this FRP filing.
Correct. And just for clarity, because it seems like the comments may have muddled it, we still have ongoing litigation at FERC. We still are seeking to get all monies that are due to the residents of the city of New Orleans. And the results of any judgments in our favor at FERC will lead to further mitigation and opportunities for credits, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. Please look your machine.
No. Year round.
6 yeas, no nays. The resolution's adopted.
Motion.
We need to suspend the rules to go to ordinances on first reading.
House Speaker, like Councilman Moreno, you're on.
Yeah.
But we went. Like 2 months ago?
Yeah.
About to do directly. On Mondays.
Yeah. We need another vote. We only have 4.
But school trips, but trying to do stuff with the family. Moreno or Morel? Morel.
Oh, aye. Ours and I.
Well, yeah, it shouldn't be at that point. I don't know what that-
Okay, so Councilmember Morel is adding, because we, all right.
They didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
They put-
The water stuff. I went to the opening,
Ordinances on first reading. Ordinance calendar number 34,380 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate unassigned funds balance to the mayor's office of resilience and sustainability to provide funding to develop a heat resilience strategy relative to the understanding of extreme heat risk and to identify near-term adaptation strategies to support the development of the 2025 hazard mitigation plan update and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,381 by Councilmember Moreno. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate funds to the mayor's office of resilience and sustainability to provide for use of fund balance to develop a heat resilience strategy relative to the understanding of extreme heat risk and to identify near-term adaptation strategies to support the development of 2025 hazard mitigation plan update and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,382 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, the New Orleans Recreation Development Commission, NORD, and Delgado Community College, DCC, to allow and facilitate the coordination of programs and activities conducted by Kirsch Rooney Stadium as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,383 by Councilmember Jeruso. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 154-1194 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the prima facie speed limits and add the portion of Harrison Avenue between Canal Boulevard and Orleans Avenue at the reduced speed of 25 miles per hour and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,384 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 5 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, between the city of New Orleans, the city or grantee, and the state of Louisiana, Division of Administration, Office of Community Development, the state OCD, collectively the parties, relative to the public purpose of assisting the grantee as a part of the CDBG Disaster Recovery Program and the recovery and rebuilding of the city of New Orleans from damage suffered by hurricanes Katrina and or Rita, to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for an additional 3 months, as more fully set forth in the amendment number 5 form attached hereto as Exhibit 1, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,385 by council members Morel, Moreno, Harris, and Green. An ordinance to amend and reordain sections 26-615, 26-616, 26-617, 26-618, 26-616, 26-620, 26-624, and 26-628 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to provide relative to the regulation of short-term rentals and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,386 by Councilmember King by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into an amendment to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the Housing Authority of New Orleans, HANO, for the purpose of funding the HANO's activities under the United States Department of Treasury's Emergency Rental Assistance Program, as more fully set forth in Amendment number 2 to the CEA form attached hereto, and made a part hereof and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,387 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to the Department of Workforce Investment for the Pathway Home Program to enroll 150 justice-involved adults living in the Orleans Justice Center and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,388 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to the Department of Workforce Investment for the Pathway Home Program to enroll 150 justice-involved adults living in the Orleans Justice Center and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,389 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,265 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to municipal and traffic court to pay salaries and fringe benefits for 2 positions, 1 community court director and 1 community court case manager, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,390 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 29,266 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2023 to appropriate grant funds to municipal and traffic court to pay salaries and fringe benefits for 2 positions, 1 community court director and 1 community court case manager, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 34,391 by council member Moreno. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 70-462 of the Code of the City of New Orleans